was entrusted to the forefathers of accountancy profession. They not only set the highest standards, but also paved the way for the generations to follow. And what followed thereafter, as they say, is history. This 70 years journey has indeed made ICAI a treasure trove that will enrich the path of future generations to build a resilient new India.
आप पहुंच जाओगे, हो जाएगा।
Ideas drive change.
कोई बात नहीं, हो जाएगा, हो जाएगा, हो जाएगा।
And wisdom can transform the human action. These are the words, ideas and wisdom that transformed profession of chartered accountancy over the years. Our forefathers and their vision of modern India, driven by strong economic foundation, led to the setting up of Free India's premier accountancy institute, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, or ICAI, in the year 1949. From the past 70 years, ICAI and its members have followed the essence of its motto, Ya Esha Supteshu Jagarti, the person who is awake.
All centers to check audio from Mumbai center. Is it clear to all of you? Please inform in the group. Is it clear to all of you? All centers.
Dinesh sir from Ghaziabad. Sound is clear.
Hello.
Audio is clear. Chennai.
Hello. Hello.
Hello. Muted.
P.A. Vivek from Ludhiana. Am I audible?
Sir, your
Hello,
voice is
from
low.
Delhi Center. Is it audible too?
Sir, audible, audible.
Am I audible?
Thank you, sir.
Chennai.
Yes, you are. Chennai. Chennai center.
Hello.
Chennai.
Yes, sir. Chennai is audible.
Dinesh Mishra, sir. Am I audible?
You are audible.
Sir,
Loud and
Chennai.
clear. Ahmedabad. Ahmedabad.
Yes, sir. Audible.
Okay, you are also audible.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, Chennai. Hello.
Yes.
Yeah, Chennai, you are audible.
Okay.
All the location, please rename yourself with your city location. I can see ICAI, VC, Fly High Social. Please rename yourself. Rachi, I need external view of camera. Bangalore, please switch on your video.
2 minutes, sir, we will on.
Check sound, hello, hello. Check one, sound check, hello. क्या?
Location?
सर लोकेशन भोपाल एमपी, आवाज आ रही है सर आपको?
Yeah. You can hear us?
यस सर, आपकी आवाज आ रही है, थैंक यू सर.
हेलो लुधियाना, नहीं आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही.
हरीश जी, am I audible?
आ रही है वहां से? नहीं आज आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही
Am
लुधियाना.
I audible?
नहीं नहीं
Hello.
नहीं नहीं वहां पर देखो ना, लिस्ट में आप अनम्यूट है क्या? हाँ दिख रही है आपकी. हाँ हाँ, एक बार आप हेलो बोल दो वहां से.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
हरीश जी,
Hello. Location?
ऑडिबल, थैंक यू.
Words matter.
And you can be seated right here.
Ideas drive change. And wisdom can transform the human action. These are the words, ideas and wisdom that transformed profession of chartered accountancy over the years. Our forefathers and their vision of modern India, driven by strong economic foundation, led to the setting up of Free India's premier accountancy institute, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, or ICAI, in the year 1949. 70 years, ICAI and its members have followed the essence of its motto, Ya Esha Supteshu Jagarti, the person who is awake in those that sleep. As our nation's democracy was being shaped, the responsibility of shaping the future of accountancy profession, the strongest pillar of a robust economy, was entrusted to the forefathers of accountancy profession. They not only set the highest standards, but also paved the way for the generations to follow. And what followed thereafter, as they say, is history. This 70 years journey has indeed made ICAI a treasure trove that will enrich the path of future generations to build a resilient new India. Words matter. Ideas drive change. And wisdom can transform the human action. These are the words, ideas and wisdom that transformed profession of chartered accountancy over the years. Our forefathers and their vision of modern India, driven by strong economic foundation, led to the setting up of Free India's premier accountancy institute, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, or ICAI, in the year 1949. From the past 70 years, ICAI and its members have followed the essence of its motto, Ya Esha Supteshu Jagarti, the person who is awake in those that sleep. As our nation's democracy was being shaped, the responsibility of shaping the future of accountancy profession, the strongest pillar of a robust economy, was entrusted to the forefathers of accountancy profession. They not only set the highest standards, but also paved the way for the generations to follow. And what followed thereafter, as they say, is history. This 70 years journey has indeed made ICAI a treasure trove that will enrich the path of future generations to build a resilient new India. Words matter. Ideas drive change. And wisdom can transform the human action. These are the words, ideas, and wisdom that transformed profession of chartered accountancy over the years. Our forefathers and their vision of
फोकस मारला सेल्फी पण एलईडी वाटतं साइड हा तुम्ही त्याला बोलून
Hello, check. Hello, check.
फार संपूर्ण टाकू.
Is my audio audible to you, sir?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
चलो उन्हें पहले सामने आएगा तो खाना बड़ा संशय को पाल सकते असं नका करू रे एवढं चांगलं वाटतं नाही उद्ध्वस्त झाले होते सगळं ते तेल खात होतं ते सगळं टाकलं आणि दुसरं होतं काय त्याच्यावर नाही तो आपलं पन्ने असे कटिंग पण नाही सबसे बैरिकेड लगा आपको छोटे डाले वो नीचे अभी ग्राउंड में तो ले काम इनसे पुढच्या लावायचं काम चालू होईल आम्ही आलो तर पूर्ण सामान त्यांचं तिथे सामान
check. Hello.
बात करना पड़ेगा
Hello, check. Test. Hello, check.
Hello, location. Hello, location.
Hello, check. नहीं आवाज तो नहीं आ रहा। Hello,
Please
check.
specify
Hello,
your
test,
location
test.
name,
Hello.
please.
Hello, check. One.
Yeah, you have been checked. Please tell me your location name.
चेक करेंगे नहीं होगी किसी टाइम के ऊपर ये लोग किसी लेके जाता है
Bhopal, I need audience view. Pune, Bhopal.
भोपाल सर ऑडियो मिल रहा है आपको?
ऑडियो मिल रहा है, प्लीज ऑडियंस व्यू दिखाइए
ठीक है सर।
और म्यूट करके रखिए अपने आप को।
उसके साथ नहीं मिल रहा मुझे वो सबसे कोऑर्डिनेट कर रहे
साक्षी
सामने देखा गिरेगी साक्षी
डोंट पुट गैलरी व्यू। स्पॉटलाइट व्यू जो है वो स्क्रीन पे डालिएगा, स्पीकर व्यू।
यहाँ से आएगा ऐसे
hello hey hello how's it feeling
प्लीज म्यूट योरसेल्फ।
interesting
नहीं ठीक।
can I request the rank holders to please occupy seats in the front row please
ये
I request all the rank holders
बहुत तेज है, कम कीजिए ना। हाँ घुमाने जा रहे हैं यार।
वो आईपी एड्रेस पब्लिक आईपी एड्रेस डालना है साइड से टर्न भाई लाइव वो कर रहा है
कहाँ लीजिए कैमरा में, ये बताता हाँ रिकॉर्डिंग करना है
देखो मैं बता रहा हूँ एक मैम एक मैडम ऐसे देखिए और एक यहाँ पे नोट कर
अच्छा, रेजुलेशन इसका नहीं लिया रहा, नहीं ले रहा, 4K पे होगा ना। अपाजी ले लिया, एक बार चेक करना क्या आ रहे हैं। हाँ, लाइफ डिटेल। अच्छा अच्छा, पक्का। और टेस्टिंग वेस्टिंग करा रहे हैं, ये बस खाली।
नहीं, अरे अभी भाई लक्ष्य को फोन करना, लक्ष्य को कार्ड चाहिए मुझे।
कार्ड कार्ड नहीं है आपके पास?
भाई अपना थोड़ी लगाता हूँ, लक्ष्य को फोन कर दो ना।
लक्ष्य का नंबर दे दो।
लक्ष्य
Words matter. Ideas drive change. And wisdom can transform the human action. These are the words, ideas and wisdom that transformed profession of chartered accountancy over the years. Our forefathers and their vision of modern India, driven by strong economic foundation, led to the setting up of Free India's premier accountancy institute, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, or ICAI, in the year 1949. From the past 70 years, ICAI and its members have followed the essence of its motto, Ya Esha Supteshu Jagarti, the person who is awake in those that sleep. As our nation's democracy was being shaped, the responsibility of shaping the future of accountancy profession, the strongest pillar of a robust economy, was entrusted to the forefathers of accountancy profession. They not only set the highest standards, but also paved the way for the generations to follow. And what followed thereafter, as they say, is history. This 70 years journey has indeed made ICAI a treasure trove that will enrich the path of future generations to build a resilient new India. And their vision of modern India, driven by strong economic foundation, led to the setting up of Free India's premier accountancy institute. Words matter. Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, or ICAI, ideas drive change. In the year 1949. From the past 70 years, ICAI and its members followed the essence of its motto, Ya Esha Supteshu Jagarti, the person who is awake in those that sleep.
There you go. भाई भाई चेक करना। हो गया।
Words matter. Ideas drive change. And wisdom can transform the human action. These are the words, ideas, and wisdom that transformed profession of chartered accountancy over the years. Our forefathers and their vision of modern India, driven by strong economic foundation, led to the setting up of Free India's premier accountancy institute, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, or ICAI, in the year 1949. From the past 70 years, ICAI and its members have followed the essence of its motto, Ya Esha Supteshu Jagarti, the person who is awake in those that sleep. As our nation's democracy was being shaped, the responsibility of shaping the future of accountancy profession, the strongest pillar of a robust economy, was entrusted to the forefathers of accountancy profession. They not only set the highest standards, but also paved the way for the generations to follow. And what followed thereafter, as they say, is history. This 70 years journey has indeed made ICAI a treasure trove that will enrich the path of future generations to build a resilient new India. Words matter. Ideas drive change. And wisdom can transform the human action. These are the words, ideas, and wisdom that transformed profession of chartered accountancy over the years. Our forefathers and their vision of modern India, driven by strong economic foundation, led to the setting up of Free India's premier accountancy institute, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, or ICAI, in the year 1949. From the past 70 years, ICAI and its members have followed the essence of its motto, Ya Esha Supteshu Jagarti, the person who is awake in those that sleep. As our nation's democracy was being shaped, the responsibility of shaping the future of accountancy profession, the strongest pillar of a robust economy, was entrusted to the forefathers of accountancy profession. They not only set the highest standards, but also paved the way for the generations to follow. And what followed thereafter, as they say, is history. This 70 years journey has indeed made ICAI a treasure trove that will enrich the path of future generations to build a resilient new India. Ideas matter. Ideas drive change. And wisdom can transform the human action. These are the words, ideas and wisdom that transformed profession of chartered accountancy over the years. Our forefathers and their vision of modern India, driven by strong economic foundation, led to the setting up of Free India's premier accountancy institute, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, or ICAI, in the year 1949. From the past 70 years, ICAI and its members have followed the essence of its motto, Ya Esha Supteshu Jagarti, the person who is awake in those that sleep. As our nation's democracy was being shaped, the responsibility of shaping the future of accountancy profession, the strongest pillar of a robust economy, was entrusted to the forefathers of accountancy profession. They not only set the highest standards, but also paved the way for the generations to follow. And what followed thereafter, as they say, is history. This 70 years journey has
गलत है पता नहीं चाय भी नहीं कर रहे हो गया सी बटा करता एच ए एन डी आई जी ए आर एच भैया एच ए आर लिखा तूने और चंडीगढ़ भाजी जी ए आर एच होता है यार क्या जी ए आर एच हाँ जी ए
they say is
मेरे पास नहीं है वो बंदे मातरम मेरे पास बड़ा मालिक बड़ा बंदे मातरम कौन सा है
Chandigarh, please mute yourself.
म्यूट करूं
Hello, Chandigarh.
यस यस
Am I audible?
यस सर
Okay, please mute yourself. Switch on your video. Bangalore, switch on your video.
Sir, 1 minute, sir. 1 minute. I will do switching on.
Input.
Hello. Chandigarh, Bangalore.
ये अपना म्यूट आ गया ठीक है जी ये अपना ऑलरेडी सेटल्ड आप ना किस वेबकैम पे आप चेक करा सकते हो ये माइक यही बोलो इनको बस वोकल
Premier Accountancy Institute. The Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, or ICAI, in the year 1949. From the past 70 years, ICAI and its members have followed the essence of its motto, Ya Esha Supteshu Jagarti, the person who is awake in those that sleep. As our nation's democracy was being shaped, the responsibility of shaping the future of accountancy profession, the strongest pillar of a robust economy, was entrusted to the forefathers of accountancy profession. They not only set the highest standards, but also paved the way for the generations to follow. And what followed thereafter, as they say, is history. This 70 years journey has indeed made ICAI a treasure trove that will enrich the path of future generations to build a resilient new India. The past 70 years, ICAI and its members have followed the essence of its motto, Ya Esha Supteshu Jagarti, the person who is awake in those that sleep. As our nation's democracy was being shaped, the responsibility of shaping the future of accountancy profession, the strongest pillar of a robust economy, was entrusted to the forefathers of accountancy profession. They not only set the highest standards, but also paved the way for the generations to follow. And what followed thereafter, as they say, is history. This 70 years journey has indeed made ICAI a treasure trove that will enrich the path of future generations to build a resilient new India. Words matter. Ideas drive change. And wisdom can transform the human action. These are the words, ideas, and wisdom that transformed profession of chartered accountancy over the years. Our forefathers and their vision of modern India, driven by strong economic foundation, led to the setting up of Free India's Premier Accountancy Institute. The Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, or ICAI, in the year 1949. From the past 70 years, ICAI and its members have followed the essence of its motto, Ya Esha Supteshu Jagarti, the person who is awake in those that sleep.
Hello. Yeah, Chandigarh.
Ideas drive change, and wisdom can transform the human action. These are the words, ideas, and wisdom that transformed profession of chartered accountancy over the years. Our forefathers and their vision of modern India, driven by strong economic foundation, led to the setting up of Free India's premier accountancy institute, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, or ICAI, in the year 1949. From the past 70 years, ICAI and its members have followed the essence of its motto, Ya Esha Supteshu Jagarti, the person who is awake in those that sleep. As our nation's democracy was being shaped, the responsibility of shaping the future of accountancy profession, the strongest pillar of a robust economy, was entrusted to the forefathers of accountancy profession. They not only set the highest standards, but also paved the way for the generations to follow. And what followed thereafter, as they say, is history. This 70 years journey has indeed made ICAI a treasure trove that will enrich the path of future generations to build a resilient new India. Words matter. Ideas drive change, and wisdom can transform the human action. These are the words, ideas, and wisdom that transformed profession of chartered accountancy over the years. Our forefathers and their vision of modern India, driven by strong economic foundation, led to the setting up of Free India's premier accountancy institute, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, or ICAI, in the year 1949. From the past 70 years, ICAI and its members have followed the essence of its motto, Ya Esha Supteshu Jagarti, the person who is awake in those that sleep. As our nation's democracy was being shaped, the responsibility of shaping the future of accountancy profession, the strongest pillar of a robust economy, was entrusted to the forefathers of accountancy profession. They not only set the highest standards, but also paved the way for the generations to follow. And what followed thereafter, as they say, is history. This 70 years journey has indeed made ICAI a treasure trove that will enrich the path of future generations to build a resilient new India. Words matter. Ideas drive change, and wisdom can transform the human action. These are the words, ideas, and wisdom that transformed profession of chartered accountancy over the years. Our forefathers and their vision of modern India, driven by strong economic foundation, led to the setting up of Free India's premier accountancy institute, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, or ICAI, in the year 1949. From the past 70 years, ICAI and its members have followed the essence of its motto, Ya Esha Supteshu Jagarti, the person who is awake in those that sleep. As our nation's democracy was being shaped, the responsibility of shaping the future of accountancy profession, the strongest pillar of a robust economy, was entrusted to the forefathers of accountancy profession. They not only set the highest standards, but also paved the way for the generations to follow. And what followed thereafter, as they say, is history. This 70 years journey has indeed made ICAI a treasure trove that will enrich the path of future generations to build a resilient new India. Words matter. Ideas drive change. And wisdom can transform the human action. These are the words, ideas and wisdom that transformed profession of chartered accountancy over the years. Our forefathers and their vision of modern India, driven by strong economic foundation, led to the setting up of Free India's premier accountancy institute, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India or ICAI in the year 1949. From the past 70 years, ICAI and its members have followed the essence of its motto, Ya Esha Supteshu Jagarti, the person who is awake in those that sleep. As our nation's democracy was being shaped, the responsibility of shaping the future of accountancy profession, the strongest pillar of a robust economy, was entrusted to the forefathers of accountancy profession. They not only set the highest standards, but also paved the way for the generations to follow. And what followed thereafter, as they say, is history. This 70 years journey has indeed made ICAI a treasure trove that will enrich the path of future generations to build a resilient new India. Words matter. Ideas drive change. And wisdom can transform the human action. These are the words, ideas and wisdom that transformed profession of chartered accountancy over the years. Our forefathers and their vision of modern India, driven by strong economic foundation, led to the setting up of Free India's premier accountancy institute, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India or ICAI in the year 1949. From the past 70 years, ICAI and its members have followed the essence of its motto, Ya Esha Supteshu Jagarti, the person who is awake in those that sleep. As our nation's democracy was being shaped, the responsibility of shaping the future of accountancy profession, the strongest pillar of a robust economy, was entrusted to the forefathers of accountancy profession. They not only set the highest standards, but also paved the way for the generations to follow. And what followed thereafter, as they say, is history. This 70 years journey has indeed made ICAI a treasure trove that will enrich the path of future generations to build a resilient new India. Words matter. Ideas drive change. And wisdom can transform the human action. These are the words, ideas and wisdom that transformed profession of chartered accountancy over the years. Our forefathers and their vision of modern India, driven by strong economic foundation, led to the setting up of Free India's premier accountancy institute, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India or ICAI in the year 1949. From the past 70 years, ICAI and its members have followed the essence of its motto, Ya Esha Supteshu Jagarti, the person who is awake in those that sleep. As our nation's democracy was being shaped, the responsibility of shaping the future of accountancy profession, the strongest pillar of a robust economy was entrusted to the forefathers of accountancy profession. They not only set the highest standards, but also paved the way for the generations to follow. And what followed thereafter, as they say, is history. This 70 years journey has indeed made ICAI a treasure trove that will enrich the path of future generations to build a resilient new India. Words matter. Ideas drive change. And wisdom can transform the human action. These are the words, ideas and wisdom that transformed profession of chartered accountancy over the years. Our forefathers and their vision of modern India, driven by strong economic foundation, led to the setting up of Free India's premier accountancy institute, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India or ICAI in the year 1949. From the past 70 years, ICAI and its members have followed the essence of its motto, Ya Esha Supteshu Jagarti, the person who is awake in those that sleep. As our nation's democracy was being shaped, the responsibility of shaping the future of accountancy profession, the strongest pillar of a robust economy, was entrusted to the forefathers of accountancy profession. They not only set the highest standards, but also paved the way for the generations to follow. And what followed thereafter, as they say, is history. This 70 years journey has indeed made ICAI a treasure trove that will enrich the path of future generations to build a resilient new India.
Hi, good morning. Request all newly qualified chartered accountants to kindly occupy your seats at the earliest. Kindly do your registrations, get your gown, and kindly occupy your seats at the earliest. The event will be starting by 10 a.m. So before that, by 9:50, all should occupy their seats. Request all the newly qualified chartered accountants to kindly occupy your seats before 9:50 a.m.
Followed the essence of its motto, Ya Esha Supteshu Jagarti, the person who is awake in those that sleep. As our nation's democracy was being shaped, the responsibility of shaping the future of accountancy profession, the strongest pillar of a robust economy, was entrusted to the forefathers of accountancy profession. They not only set the highest standards, but also paved the way for the generations to follow. And what followed thereafter, as they say, is history. This 70 years journey has indeed made ICAI a treasure trove that will enrich the path of future generations to build a resilient new India. Words matter. Ideas drive change. And wisdom can transform the human action. These are the words, ideas and wisdom that transformed profession of chartered accountancy over the years. Our forefathers and their vision of modern India, driven by strong economic foundation, led to the setting up of Free India's premier accountancy institute, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, or ICAI, in the year 1949. From the past 70 years, ICAI and its members have followed the essence of its motto, Ya Esha Supteshu Jagarti, the person who is awake in those that sleep. As our nation's democracy was being shaped, the responsibility of shaping the future of accountancy profession, the strongest pillar of a robust economy, was entrusted to the forefathers of accountancy profession. They not only set the highest standards, but also paved the way for the generations to follow. And what followed thereafter, as they say, is history.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. It's with immense pleasure and sense of grandeur that the Ernakulam branch of CRC of ICAI extends a warm and heartfelt welcome to our esteemed distinguished guests, our respected distinguished members, the proud families who have been pillars of support throughout this incredible journey, and most importantly to the newly qualified chartered accountants. Today, we gather in celebration of a monumental milestone, the convocation ceremony of these accomplished chartered accountants. This day signifies the culmination of years of relentless hard work, unwavering dedication, and unshakable perseverance by these talented individuals. Through the rigors of challenging exams, the gaining of invaluable practical experience, and the honing of their professional skills to the highest standards, that they have achieved this prestigious and coveted qualification. We are thrilled to host this grand gala event for the convocation of Chartered Accountants of ICAI 2026. Every effort has been made to ensure that this day is not only memorable, but also a grand celebration of the achievements of our newly qualified chartered accountants. We extend a sincere and heartfelt gratitude to the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India for graciously allowing us, the Ernakulam branch of SARC of ICAI, to honor the hosting this momentous convocation event. We're deeply appreciative of the trust placed in us by ICAI to organize and conduct this prestigious ceremony, celebrating the remarkable achievements of the newly qualified chartered accountants. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the ICAI, I first of all congratulate everyone present here on your journey, on your CA journey, and welcome to the CA fraternity. I take a moment to brief you on the program schedule. We have an address by the Chief Guest, President, and the Vice President of ICAI, which will be a live telecast from ICAI New Delhi, which will begin by 10 a.m. Later, we'll have a welcome address by CA Babu Abraham Kalivail, Central Council Member ICAI and Convocation Coordinator, followed by the inauguration and convocation address by the Chief Guest, Mr. APM Mohammad Hanish, IAS, Additional Chief Secretary, Industries Department, Government of Kerala, followed by handing over of the membership certificates to the newly qualified chartered accountants. Thank you.
The protocols of the following during the convocation ceremony, including respectful conducted by the members and the attendants. Following instructions regarding seatings, movements, and procedures are announced, and adhering to the schedule of events and key moments are briefed. This ensures orderly conduct, respect for guests, adherence to scheduled procedures. Instructions to the members. Membership certificate will be gracefully presented to the distinguished rank holders and those with special challenges first. Subsequently, the certificate will be handed over to the members in accordance with the seating arrangement. Members are requested to restrict movements out of the hall during the convocation. We humbly request all members to kindly ensure the safe keeping of their valuable membership certificates. We kindly request parents to remain seated in the designated areas during the ceremony. We invite all the attendants to gracefully make use of photo booth at the 5th counter, capture cherished members with their family and friends. Members are kindly requested to return the convocation gown at the registration counter after the ceremony. This is to ensure the proper collection and handling of the gowns. Members are informed that they can collect their ICAI kit at the registration counter before leaving the venue. Thank you.
Ya Esha Supteshu Jagarti, the person who is awake in those that sleep. As our nation's democracy was being shaped, the responsibility of shaping the future of accountancy profession, the strongest pillar of a robust economy, was entrusted to the forefathers of accountancy profession. They not only set the highest standards, but also paved the way for the generations to follow. And what followed thereafter, as they say, is history. This 70 years journey has indeed made ICAI a treasure trove that will enrich the path of future generations to build a resilient new India. Words matter.
Hello. All the locations, please switch on your video. And we need the audience view. Ahmedabad. ठीक है. नागपुर, पुणे, लुधियाना, Hyderabad, please switch on your video. Hyderabad.
Members and parents, please note, there's a live streaming QR code which is available on the screen. You may scan it and you may share it in your, if you want to share with your friends. This is a live web QR code. You may use the opportunity.
Good morning, everyone. Can we show some energy in the room, everybody? Good morning. It's an absolute sight to watch and behold as all of you are here and your lovely parents, your proud parents would be witnessing this extraordinary moment. We'll have I'm sure we'll have a wonderful moment here. As you must have seen, the president of ICAI, C. Prasanna Kumar D. sir from Visakhapatnam. Usually, as per the protocol, he would have been in Delhi doing the convocation, but this time he's here. So I think it will be a great moment for all of you be a part of this convocation with the president of ICAI himself. Also, the chief guest for today, who's already come in the campus and about to come inside. I would therefore request everyone, all the volunteers, to please ensure that everyone is seated well, and so that we can start this mega event, one of the most sought after events for each one of you. I'm sure with the struggle, with the hard work for so many years that you've done, this is one day that you want to look at. I'm C. Arpit Kabra. I'm sure I have interacted with you earlier in the placements as well, but this time as convocation also. I, along with Preeti Savla, who are the directors of this convocation, this event, we really welcome all of you, and I'm telling you, it's one of the best moments for all of us when see each one of you coming here and getting convocated. And this time it's better and special because we've got the president right now here. So with over, I think you can see all of these locations are live. Convocations happening all across the country. We are the only institute in the world to do this kind of a convocation without any charges. A massive event across the country to showcase that each one of you have arrived at this stage. Wonderful. So I'm sure you can all settle down quite quickly because we will start probably at 10 o'clock. We'll be upstairs, and we would want to start as soon as possible. I would request Sakshi, who's the MOC for today's event. Sakshi is also a young chartered accountant. One of you, she was here maybe 3-4 attempts before, but she chose to speak well. She chose to compare well, and therefore we've asked her to be here so that we could have a kind of a good camaraderie going on between the newly qualified and the recently qualified as well. And I'm sure she'll ensure that you have a good time. We're about to start. As I can see, people are already rushing in. So I would request Sakshi, if you could, step up the momentum, gear up all of them, and make sure that you smile today, friends. Your parents behind. Let's have a round of applause for your parents here, everyone. Come on. Let's have a huge shout out for them. It's their moment through you. And happens to be my mom's birthday today, so I just can feel this adrenaline.
We will be starting the convocation event by 10 o'clock. So requesting all to kindly occupy their seats.
Once again, let's have a round of applause to all of them. Thank you very much. Sabhi माताओं पिताओं को यहाँ पर प्रणाम. Thank you very much for giving us these gems as chartered accountants. Sakshi, over to you.
Thank you, sir. So jubilant morning, everyone. Good morning. Hi, that's the good energy that we need. Can I request the rank holders to please occupy the seats in the front so we can ensure the smoothness?
Angena pa satto. Security.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Thank you for joining today. The newly qualified chartered accountants, proud families, and respected dignitaries joining us today. Thank you. Okay, tell me, have you let the feeling sink in yet? Do you feel it? You're a chartered accountant. Yes? No? I took really long time to let the feeling sink in for myself. So let's quickly take a moment and truly absorb this feeling. Yeah, I take this moment to acknowledge CA Preeti Savla, Central Council member and the coordinator for convocation.
Good morning, everyone. So waiting soon for the president, for the vice president, ICAI to come in along with the chief guest for convocation. So within few minutes, they will be here and all of you are eagerly waiting for convocation. Yes? How is the Josh? So let us wait and wait for the moment to get convocated and very soon. It's just few moments away to get the convocation. So how many of you are in practice, have taken COP and in practice? Can you please raise your hand? I can see very few members. And how many of you are in industry or business not taking COP? Please raise on your seat. Please. So majority are members in industry. So we are coming out with CFO, CEO, CXO meet on 13 June morning. It's a second Saturday over here at Geo Convention Center. So all of you are invited. This is for all members in industry who wants to actually pursue your career and become a CFO or CEO in the company. So all of you are invited for this initiative of ICAI. I am vice chairperson of members in industry and business committee. So please come forward to. We will have the dignitaries, the CEOs and CFOs of the corporates who will be sharing the leadership, how to lead the company. So please come forward and join that initiative, that is CFO meet, and it is also along with Z business. So please come forward and join for our CFO meet. Over to Sakshi, and if you have any support required from institute, we as a council members are always there to support all of you. So please come forward. Over to Sakshi.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, so let us take a moment and truly absorb this feeling. Are you ready? And, as Arpit sir rightly said, before we move ahead, this hall deserves to acknowledge a very important group of people, the parents, mentors, friends, siblings, and families who stood behind every CA here today. Your support system cleared this course with you in many ways, right? So let us acknowledge them. A huge round of applause for the families here. Thank you for your support. You have been a pillar to all of them making to this day. And
to all the newly qualifieds here, please understand, Preeti madam mentioned about some programs that are happening. So, this place, we do a lot of events in this place. If you like what you're seeing right now, this is like a daily thing for us at WIRC. So I would request all of you. Wow, I got an echo also. So I get, can you please, sound check? I request all of you that whoever, I'm sure you must have traveled from different places also here, but if you are here in Mumbai or in Maharashtra, Gujarat, Goa, make sure that you have updated your SSP to reflect that your address is of this Maharashtra, Mumbai, Gujarat, Goa, whatever, so that the
Are you receiving the live link from Chennai?
Are enjoying, and then you realize, oh my God,
and the video
ये सब भी होता है institute में. I'm sure most of you would have seen this when,
अर्पित काबरा जी, आप हमको सुन रहे हैं? One, number voice போகுதா? ரெஸ்பாண்ட் பண்றாங்களா?
Make sure you do that now, never, anytime that you want to do, but do that so that all of us can reach out to you also, because since you are here, it will be very important that you know more and more people from here as well. I request everyone at the out, because the chairman SBI, our chief guest, has already arrived, and we shall be very soon. We'll be starting in the next maybe 3 to 4 minutes. I'll request everyone who's outside, please quickly settle down.
थैंक यू। वो कहते हैं ना कि जब परिवार में, फैमिली में एक सीए बनता है तो उनके साथ साथ पूरा परिवार सीए बनता है। तो लेट अस टेक अ मोमेंट, टेक अ ब्रेथ एंड लेट्स फील इट। And honestly, this is my most favorite part of the ceremony. So I will say I am a, और हम सब साथ में मिलके बोलेंगे chartered accountant. Okay? There's the energy. Okay? Yes. और मैं प्लीज रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी जो फैमिलीज हैं, आप भी प्लीज ज्वाइन करें, क्योंकि इनके साथ साथ आप भी फील करें कि वो क्या फीलिंग है, क्या सालों की मेहनत है जो आज रंग लाई है। लेट्स डू दिस। ओके, सो आई एम अ अमेजिंग अमेजिंग। डिड यू फील इट? एनर्जी नहीं आई, यहां तक फील नहीं आया। यू हैव टू से इट इन अ वे दैट एवरीबडी अराउंड यू फील इट एंड द ऑरा इज ऑल ओवर दिस हॉल। ओके, one more time and the final time. So 3, 2, 1. I am amazing, amazing. Welcome to the fraternity. Congratulations.
I think Ernakulam is getting too much attention, right? On the screens. Just for your information, for the newly qualified chartered accountants, since it's a live telecast, you need to follow the instructions.
Well, today is not just a ceremony. It is a moment that took years in the making. Behind every name receiving a certificate today lies a story of discipline, sacrifices, countless revisions, delayed plans, and unwavering resilience. And today, all of that officially earns you the suffix that carries immense credibility, responsibility, and respect. Chartered accountant. Congratulations. What begins today is even more exciting, your journey to create impact. We shall be starting soon. I request everyone to please settle down.
Yeah, I would like to give you some instructions. There would be an ICAI motto wherein you have to elevate yourself, and there would be an oath-taking ceremony wherein you, in your welcome kit ICAI, there is an oath already wherein you have to read, and make sure that you read your name. Okay, right? Okay. So all these are very, very small things, but you might miss it. So don't miss any of the events today. Make it, a memorable day for all.
We welcome the chairman of WIRC, CA Saurabh Ajmera, on the stage. Let us have a huge round of applause.
Thank you, Sakshi. Good morning, one and all. We should have more energy when we are having exciting day for all of us. Good morning. Today would be great day in terms of creation of memory for your life, and you are blessed to have your family and parents with you, and definitely they will see your convocation from their eyes. And friends, this is really a big day, as you are chartered accountant now and you are going ahead for the country in terms of serving to the nation. And definitely these types of movement is really needed in our life, when we can look back after 5-10 years and can see our success in a different way. Friends, I am representing the largest regional council of ICAI. In this, we are taking care so many activities for the benefit of the members and students. As you all are the part of membership now, requesting you all, please follow WRC in an effective way. Thank you. I think we have received our chief guest of this wonderful program.
Okay, we're truly honored to have esteemed personalities with us today whose journeys continue to inspire the fraternity. I would like to request the program directors, CA Arpit Kabra and CA Preeti Savla, to please escort the chief guest, Shri Challa Srinivasullu Setti, Chairman SBI, CA Prasanna Kumar D, the President ICAI, and CA Mangesh Kenare, Vice President ICAI, to the dais. I'd like to extend a warm welcome to our distinguished guests joining us today on the dais. Thank you. With this, I invite the dignitaries on the dais to please light the lamp.
Ya kundendu tusharhar dhavala, ya shubhra vastravrita, ya veena varadanda manditakara, ya shweta padmasana, या ब्रह्माच्युत शङ्कर प्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा वन्दिता, सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती, निःशेषजाड्यापहा।
Thank you. May I please request everyone to rise for the motto song.
येष सुप्तेषु जागृति, य सुप्तेषु जागृति कामं 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 कामपुरुषो पुरुषो निर्विमाणः निर्विमाणः तदेव शुक्रं तद्ब्रह्मा तदेवामृतमुच्यते तस्मिन् लोकः शतः सर्वे तदूनात्यपि कश्चन एतद्वैता 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 एतद्वैता
Thank you. I request the President, CA Prasanna Kumar, and Vice President, CA Mangesh Kenare, to please felicitate the chief guest for today, Shri Challa Srinivasallu Shetty, Chairman of SBI, a Bachelor of Science in Agriculture and also a Certified Associate of Indian Institute of Bankers, thought leader and the visionary. Thank you for joining us today. It is an honor to have you, sir. I request CA Arpit Kabra and CA Preeti Savla, Central Council members, to please felicitate the pillar and stalwart of profession, CA Prasanna Kumar D, the President of ICAI. Thank you. May I request CA Arpit Kabra, CA Preeti Savla, Central Council members, and CA Saurabh Ajmera, Chairman of WRC of ICAI, to please felicitate the torchbearer of excellence, CA Mangesh Kenare, Vice President, ICAI. Thank you. We also acknowledge the presence of dignitaries amongst us, CA Durgesh Kabra, CA Piyush Chhajed, CA Vishnu Agarwal, and CA Prafulla Chhajed. Thank you for joining us. Moving ahead, may I please invite CA Rajendra Kumar, the convener of MNSS Directorate, joining us from the Chennai Center, to please deliver the welcome address.
Good morning. I hope all the 23 cities in India which are holding the convocation today are able to receive my voice and also see me. Honorable President ICAI CAD Prasanna Kumar, esteemed Vice President ICAI, CA Mangesh Kinre, and Honorable Chief Guest of this convocation, May 2026, held by ICAI for the newly qualified chartered accountants, the chairman of one of the largest bank in India, if not the world, Shri Challa Srinivasulu Settigaru, my deputy convener, CA Jai Chairaji, who is joining from Ahmedabad city, other Central Council members and those who are coordinating this conference, this convocation at Ahmedabad, Purushottam Khandelwal ji, at Mumbai, Preeti Savla ji, Arpit Kabra ji, at Pune, Chitle ji, at Nagpur, Umesh Sharma ji, Chennai, I have on the dais Madam Sri Priya Kumar, Hyderabad, CA Dayanivas Sharma ji, CA Muppala Sridhar Garu, Bangalore, Madhukar Narayan Hiragange ji, Ernakulam Babu Abraham, Vijayawada, our past president M. Devraj Reddy sir, and our chairman SIRC who is there today, Tubarao Muppala, Coimbatore, our past president G. Ramaswamy sir, and S. Rajesh, regional council member, Kolkata, Ravi Patwaji and Sanjeev Sanghi ji, Bhubaneswar, CA Ranjit Kumar Agarwal ji, our past president, and Biswaranjan Sutar, regional council member. Guwahati, we have Debashish Mitra ji, our past president. Ghaziabad, CA Anuj Goyal ji. Jaipur, CA Satish Kumar ji and CA Rohit Ruwatia ji. Indore, CA Pankaj Shah ji. Bhopal, CA Abhay Chhajet ji. Lucknow, CA Gyan Chandra Misra ji. Ranchi, CA Rajiv Gupta ji, the regional council member. Raipur, Manoj Fadnis ji, our past president, and CA Dinesh Kumar Agarwal, regional council member of the central region. New Delhi, we have Rajesh Sharma ji, Pramod Jain ji, and Ludhiana, we have Hansraj Chuk ji. Chandigarh, we have Sanjay Kumar Agarwal ji, and other honorable central council members who are present in numerous regions. Sanjeev Kumar Singhal ji, Durgesh Kabra ji, Piyush ji, and our past president Praful Chhajet ji, whom I heard the Bombay Center announcing, and all other esteemed regional council members, central council members who are already present, the branch representatives who are there, the parents and the newly qualified chartered accountants who are going to be convocated, 10,397 newly qualified chartered accountants across the country who are viewing this historic live telecast from the city of Chennai, the intellectual capital of India. That's what I call Chennai as the intellectual capital of India. Our most honorable president, CA D. Prasanna Kumar ji, who hails from southern region, is now in Mumbai live for all of us. His vision, his dream, his desire, it is our duty to fulfill, and we are here to do that duty, to perform that duty. Sir, thank you very much for ensuring that the convocation is streamed live, done as in the past, and also for ensuring that relevant protocols are in place. I am confident that under your dynamic stewardship, we will certainly steer ICAI to glory. Our Honorable Vice President, sir, CA Mangesh Kinre ji, who hails from the city of Mumbai, is also there live with us from Mumbai. Sir, we are eagerly looking forward to work under your stewardship. Kande se kandha milakar, that is what I would say, because one small word I use in Hindi for him. And our esteemed chief guest, all of you know State Bank of India. It is one bank which we can never miss in our life. We have been associated with this bank from the time we knew banking, from the time we knew finances. And to be the chairman of such a huge, mammoth, big bank in the country, the bank which controls, the bank which supports, the bank which on whose shoulders the Indian economy rests, the State Bank of India. Such an entity's chairman, Sri Challa Srinivasulu Settigaru, is there with us. Sir, thank you very much for sparing your valuable time. You have made us proud. You have made ICAI proud by being here with us. And our Honorable President and Vice President are there with you, and I'm confident that they will be able to add more value, more grace, and more charm to your companionship at our Mumbai Center. We, from the Members and Student Services Directorate, organizing this particular convocation, are ensuring that no stone is unturned to give the best feeling to each and every student who has qualified recently. And I'm confident the parents who are here, almost each and every newly qualified has come with an accompanying person, either the parent, mother, father, or sister, brother, whoever it may be. We welcome each and every one of them, and please clap for them once. It is their sacrifice, their support, their confidence in you is what has resulted in you becoming the most coveted degree, the Chartered Accountant. And to all the others who are there associated with this conference, the staff of ICAI, the supporting people, all those 500 to 1,000 people who are supporting this particular huge mammoth convocation, which is not held any time in India. Such a large gathering was held just one convocation before in the second largest audience, which is going to receive the convocation today. Thank you very much, and let us have a gratifying and a soul-filling experience of the day. Thank you.
Very Honorable CA Rajendra Kumar P, MNSS Directorate, convener of MNSS Directorate. Thank you. We are truly honored and privileged to have esteemed personalities with us today whose journeys continue to inspire the fraternity and light the path forth for all of us. Taking this moment to acknowledge the presence of CA Prafulla Chhajed, past President ICAI amongst us, our Central Council members, CA Durgesh Kabra, CA Piyush Chhajed, CA Vishnu Agarwal, and CA Rakesh Shah, the Treasurer of WIRC of ICAI. Thank you for joining, sir. With this, may I please invite the torchbearer of excellence, CA Magnesh Kinare, to address. Thank you.
Good morning to all. Respected dignitaries on the dais, Honorable Chief Guest for this convocation function, Sri Challa Srinivasulu Setti, Chairman of the largest bank in this country. In fact, we are very happy that the chairman of the largest bank in the country is here for the convocation of newly qualified chartered accountants of the largest institution, professional accounting institution in the world. Thank you very much, sir, for coming this and gracing this occasion. Our Honorable President, C. Prasanna Kumar D, sir, other dignitaries on the dais, from respective centers, all my Central Council colleagues, past presidents who are present in respective centers as well as in Mumbai, all the regional council members and respective branch office bearers who are present on the dais and off the dais in various centers, because the function is being done in 23 centers throughout the country. And such a large function is being attended in a large number by newly qualified chartered accountants. I welcome you all and all your parents who have been a backbone of your success for this great memory of your lifetime. Welcome to all. Today is indeed a proud moment and a memorable occasion for all these chartered accountants who will be conferred this certificate of membership at the august hands of the respective chief guests who are available in this respective centers. Today, of course, It's a proud moment for the parents mostly who are also present here to celebrate the occasion. And I think, as rightly mentioned by Rajendra Kumar ji, it's a parent who really are actually, they are deserving this success of their student. Now, in Mumbai, if you see, when we travel around from southern part of the Mumbai to airport, there is one caption written, and I always mention that. The child gives birth to the mother. Now, if you really again and again read, I thought that it's something different. If you read again and again, it is really something which really to be thought about. I am saying this because all these young chartered accountants are really a brand ambassador for this institute. And today you will be conferred with the certificate of membership, which is in itself is a great responsibility on your shoulders. Let me congratulate you at this occasion. At the same time, let me also, I can caution you, or let me also again inform you that this is going to be a great responsibility on our shoulders, that we are the brand ambassadors. So whatever we do, it will be associated with this great institution. And from that perspective, I think today's day is not only the day of celebration, but the day of taking this mantle and going ahead and see to it that all our efforts will lead to bringing our institute the great respect and repute which it already deserves. So I'm pretty sure all of you will be taking their steps in that regard in future. All of you have planned certain careers. You are about to plan or already been in employment. There are a lot of confusions at this stage in the mind. How to go about it, whether I'm doing right thing, whether my friend is doing right thing or not, and whether I should take the steps which my friend has taken. Everyone will advise you something or the other in this regard. Personally, I feel that one has to always introspect and see what I am at this stage. Because this is a stage in which, from where you are going to take a leap, naturally one may feel that whether I'm taking a right step at this juncture. And therefore, always, while keeping the long-term goal in front of you, one has to always plan out with the short-term steps which you are taking. At times, these steps may have to be altered. I'm not saying it may go wrong, but it may have to be altered, and one may have to take again a fresh guard. Don't worry about it at this juncture at least. Of course, we have a chief guest who will definitely guide us in this regard. But I would just end by saying that all the responsibilities which are casted on us, may be a smallest one has to do with complete dedication, because our profession is all about integrity, excellence. And therefore, what society, what regulators, what employers are expecting from us is an excellence as well as integrity. And therefore, whatever we do, we have to devote ourselves rather more than 100%, without thinking that what earlier person has done, whether it is correct or not. I must independently check it whether it is correct or not. And to the best of my satisfaction, I must fulfill my responsibilities. And therefore, oath also, you will be administer oath also. That also you can see that each and every word of that oath is really important. Because once again, I repeat that you are the brand ambassadors for this profession, and you are the people who are going to lead this profession in future. My best wishes to all of you. Congratulations once again, and congratulations to all your parents also. Thank you very much.
Thank you for inspiring everybody with your wisdom and presence, sir. With this, may I invite CA Prasanna Kumar D, the pillar and stalwart of profession and the president of ICAI, to address the gathering.
Respected Shri Challa Srinivasa Setty Garu, Honorable Chairman of State Bank of India, and chief guests for today's convocation inaugural ceremony. Respected CA Mangesh P. Kanare, Honorable Vice President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, CA Rajendra Kumar P., the coordinator of MSS, and CA Jayacharya, the deputy convener of MSS, CA Preeti Savla, the coordinator for Mumbai Center, and CA Arpit Kabra, the coordinator for Mumbai Center, and CA Saurabh, Chairman of Western Regional Council of ICAI, and all my Central Council members, coordinators in various centers, and other guests, past presidents, and my dearest dear, newly qualified chartered accountants, and your parents, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all of you. At the outset, my heartiest congratulations to all of you for qualifying and becoming a chartered accountant. Friends, today is a moment of great pride, celebration, and accomplishment for all of you. The convocation ceremony is not merely a conferment of qualification chartered accountant, but it is a recognition of your perseverance, hard work, discipline, sacrifice, and commitment to excellence. Friends, this occasion is equally important and equally significant to your parents, to your families, to your friends, to your teachers, to your mentors, to your well-wishers who stood by you throughout this excellent journey to see all of you as a chartered accountant. You have become a member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India at a time when the ICAI, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, is the largest accounting body in the world. Second, you also become a chartered accountant at a time when the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India network is growing with 186 branches in the country and 2 foreign offices and in 85 cities and 54 chapters across the world, overseas chapters, and 31 representative officers spread over 47 countries. The journey doesn't stop here. By the end of this year, another 1 year to go, we are going to have this 85 offices will become 100, and the presence in 47 countries will become 50 countries. That's also planned. And you also become at a time when India's journey started to achieve Viksit Bharat, to see India as a developed country, most developed country in the world by 2047. We also become a chartered accountant at a time when the entire stakeholders, they look at the chartered accountant not as a merely a attest function, they look at you as a trusted business leader and strategic advisor. The demand for chartered accountants is growing. You have become a chartered at a time the demand is fast growing now. This attempt you are aware. 7,905 qualified in the final examination, and out of that, we went for a campus placement. The requirement of the campus from various companies, corporates who have participated in the campus interview is more than 9,000 vacancies. Where the qualified members of 8,000, those who wanted to get into employment are 6,000. That is the proportion in which the demand for chartered accountants is growing in this country. It doesn't stop here. The placement cell, so again Arpit Kabra is here, he is the convener for that. They are also going to have overseas placement center also very soon. You have to open all of you opportunities overseas also. Friends, you are all the brand ambassadors for this profession. For not the 1 year, 2 years, or 1 decade, 2 decades, two decades. It's for the next 50 to 60 years. You are the brand ambassadors, and we are sure that the professional chartered is going to be very safe in your hands. We have been known time and again as doing attest function, but today the stakeholders feel attest function is just a compliance, which has been going on. Various enactments, the statutory audit is required where the chartered accountants only are enabled to conduct the audit. But today, the expectations of stakeholders has gone up. The expectations of regulators have gone up in such a way that you should not only be assurance service provider, you should also be business solution provider. Our curriculum, our training methodology sees that you are a business, not only business solution provider, you are a business leader also. That's the way you have been trained. When somebody gets into employment, they got a thought process that one day I should become the CFO of this company. But today things have changed. Chartered account doesn't stop at CFO stage. He goes beyond that. And many chartered accounts today will find they are the CEOs of the many companies and corporates, not only in India and abroad also. Friends, the global opportunities are growing for chartered accounting profession. the outsourcing space is increasing for chartered accountants, and the global GCCs, they are also growing. A lot of opportunities are open for chartered accountants in India, not only India, abroad also. The way in which our country is entering into free trade agreement, FTAs, with various jurisdictions in the world. There again, a lot of opportunities are getting open for chartered accountants. Already by virtue of FTA, we are going to have a mutual recognition agreement with Canada and UK. It's all that in the process. We're also having CP Australia, with the Australian government also we're taking up to see that Indian charter was recognized not as a qualification, but to have a reciprocity arrangement where we can go and practice in their jurisdiction, they can come and practice in India also. That is the way things are going. Keeping in this view, ICAI has started many post-qualification courses, certificate courses, for example, in taxation, for UAE taxation, where opportunities are plenty, we already started. We are going to commence another course for taxation in the United States of America. We are going to start. Like that, we've got a lot of plans to see that our Indian charter matters, not only in India, across the world. There's one organization known as ECCTS. Earlier it was not NARIC. They give the recognition for the qualification across the world. Our Indian charter accountants last year were taken up with them. We are recognized as a postgraduate. It's not that postgraduate is a big thing for charter accountants. We are something beyond that. But this qualification recognition makes you enables you for universal mobility. That is the way this is also very important for us, because we have all made you not only a chartered accountant for today's requirement, you are all future ready chartered accountants. In this sense, the international mobility is also very important for us. So friends, digital transformation is the buzzword. It's a buzzword today. Transformation has taken place in ICAI also. In every sphere, transformation is taking place. You are all aware. We have got a self-service portal in ICAI. The moment results are declared, within next 5 minutes, results are hosted in SSP. Within next 5 minutes, any young chartered who is qualified, he makes an application online in SSP. The verification process takes only 5 minutes. Another 5 minutes, you get your membership certificate. This is the way our digital transformation is going on at ICAI. Nowhere in the world you will be able to get your membership within 15 minutes of declaring the results. That is only akin to Institute of Charters of India only. And we are aware, artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is a necessity today. It is not an option. It is not that you can choose or not to choose. Any charter, be it in practice, or be it in industry, or be it in business, without artificial intelligence, because that acts as not a replacement, but it acts as a very good agent, very good assistant to us. Everyone needs this one. In this direction, ICAI has got a lot of courses for artificial intelligence, that is level 1, level 2, and advanced course also were launched already. I think all of you will also get benefit, so that you will excel in your performance, both in practice and industry also. DPDP Act and DISA, another post-qualification course is there. Again, Diploma in Information Systems Audit. We've got 4.0. that has been launched recently. That is the one. There's no other course in the entire world, something beyond DISA. We used to call about, some international qualification. No, they are not comparable. We have gone beyond that one. That is the way our chartered accountants will get the benefit of DISA 4.0 and the need of our cyber security, data protection, data analytics. We have got many courses for that. I'm sure that all of you will also like to undergo these courses so that your performance goes up. So friends, I'll just take a couple of minutes. We are standard setters, We have been setting standards for the last 75 years. But today, there are new standards in the emerging subjects like, forensic accounting investigation standards. The Institute of Chartered Accountants is one of the first institutes in the entire world who came up with our own standards in this space. And next one, the recent development, the regulators in the country, particularly insurance, banking sector, and all the regulators, they were thinking that there should be some standard for information systems audit. And we took up the initiative, and last year we came to the excellent standards which are appreciated by the entire industry, that is information system audit standards. They have been also pronounced by the ICAI. Friends, you are all aware, our journey, chartered accountant journey, doesn't stop the moment you get qualified. It's a continuous professional education. You stay connected with the institute, so it continuously you have to upskill yourself. If you are not updated, as it is told, you will get outdated. That is true for our profession also, because we have to be updated in everything. Friends, you are aware that our profession stands on three legs. One is excellence, independence, and integrity. Integrity, that ethics is intertwined with our profession. So that is the reason why when you do something with independence and with integrity, following all ethical standards, audit quality improves. The audit quality is the one which sees the public trust is ensured. That is the reason why you should always follow the code of ethics of formulated by the Institute of Charters of India. So you are sure that, always, before I close, always please remember 3-4 items. One is, like Honorable Vice President said, your parents who sacrifice to make you chartered accountant. Your parents are very, very important. Particular mother, they take care of you to see that every minute of you is utilized for the enabled for the purpose of your qualification. Then the next mother, the Institute of Chartered mother for all of us. This mother, you should stay connected with this mother. Always have your membership line. You stay connected and get benefit. You do whatever service you want to do. You come to us, who will enable you to do service for your mother institute. And always practice ethics. These are the 3 things I have to tell you. Our Honorable Chief Guest today, Sri Challa Srinivasal Shetty Garu, is popular on CS Shetty. You go to internet and see, you'll have a lot of information about him. A great personality. He is a person who hails from a small village in Deedan, Andhra Pradesh, near Gadwal, and he had his primary education in his village in a government school. Look at the journey where he started. Then he became a graduate in agriculture. On merit he graduated. Thereafter, he became a probation officer, the first level officer in State Bank of India. His journey started as a probation officer, and promotion after promotion, non-stop promotion he had, and ultimately achieved the greatest position in the banking industry, that is chairman of the State Bank of India. So, we are lucky. You are lucky. We are all blessed that we have got such a stalwart today to inaugurate this particular convocation ceremony. And this is going to be his blessings, which are going to be showered on all of you. We'll see that you continue to be the greatest chartered accountant. You will see the flag of the ICAI flies high always. With this, wish you all the best. Thank you very much for participation. Thank you very much.
Thank you for those encouraging and powerful remarks, sir. As we celebrate this significant milestone, it is only fitting that we hear from someone whose journey is the benchmark. It is my privilege to invite our esteemed chief guest, Shri Challa Srinivasulu Shetty, to address the gathering. Let us welcome him with a huge round of applause, everybody. Thank you. Steps down.
Distinguished President of ICAI, CA Sri Prasanna Kumar, Vice President of ICAI, CA Sri Mangesh M. Kinare, esteemed members of the Central Council and Regional Councils, faculty members, distinguished guests, and above all, the newly qualified chartered accountants and their proud family members. A very good morning to all of you. This is a very unique experience for me. I was just sharing with Mr. Kinare that I have never attended such a massive convocation in my life. I think it's a great occasion to be here. 23 centers, more than 10,000 chartered accountants being certified or graduating today. It's a great occasion for you as well as your family members. And more than that, as a chief guest, I think it's a great honor for me. At the outset, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to every newly qualified chartered accountant present here today. This is a proud milestone, not only for you, but also for your parents, families, teachers, mentors, and all those who stood beside you throughout this remarkable journey. I would mix my speech with the written speech as well as my random thoughts. On this occasion, Mr. Prasanna Kumar and Mr. Kinare had mentioned the journey which I had gone through in the last 37 years of my professional career, and maybe 8 to 10 critical years of education. The profession of chartered accountant and the journey which you take to become chartered accountant is unique in itself. While you have many of you may have a formal degree in your life, but this particular certification or ICAI, which is awarding today the degrees, is unique in the sense that a lot of you have got this through self-study. An institutional study is supported by your own perseverance, discipline, and more importantly, the sacrifice which you do on your personal time. Behind every success story seated before us today lies years of rigorous study, relentless hard work, dedication, and extraordinary commitment. The Chartered Accountancy examination is widely regarded as one of the toughest professional examinations in the country. Clearing it demands not only intelligence, but consistency, mental health, mental strength, and character. Many of you would have sacrificed social occasions, leisure, and personal comforts to remain focused on your goals. Some among you may have undertaken long commutes to pursue your studies, balanced articleship responsibilities with examinations, or overcome financial and personal challenges to reach this stage. That is why this convocation is not simply about receiving a certificate. It is about proving that discipline and perseverance can transform aspirations into achievement. From a modest beginning in 1949 with around 1,700 members, ICAI has evolved into the world's largest professional accounting body with more than 4.5 lakh members across India and around the globe. This remarkable growth reflects not only the strength of the institution, but also the credibility, competence, and integrity associated with Indian chartered accountants worldwide. We at State Bank of India have a very strong and very long relationship with ICAI in two ways. One is very prominent members of ICAI, the past presidents have been on the board of State Bank of India. I'm glad to acknowledge Mr. Prafulla Chajad, who is present here. He was our board when I became chairman of State Bank of India. He was still there on the board. And during my 37 years association of SBI, I must have dealt with hundreds of chartered accountants as branch auditors, statutory auditors, and the fellow members on the board of directors and State Bank of India. You may not be aware, while we say that we are banker to every Indian, every chartered accountant in some way has had a professional association with SBI. Every year, we just finished annual audit, for instance. The annual branch audits engage 3,500 chartered accountants across the country. I think by far the largest engagement of audit by any company in the world. And we also have almost 2,000 chartered accountants doing our branch concurrent audits throughout the year. And this kind of intense engagement with chartered accountants also had made most of you would be, associated in some part of your life, either as a professional who is working for a company or are running your own company and being associated with us as chartered accountants. And I'm all looking forward to that association going forward. What makes this profession truly unique is that it combines intellectual excellence with practical learning and, more importantly, ethical responsibility. Chartered accountancy is not merely an academic certification. Through articleship and professional training, students gain invaluable exposure to real-world business environment while simultaneously pursuing rigorous academic standards. This is very unique to your profession. Not many professional journeys while studying do offer this kind of exposure to real life. Every day of your learning, you're actually dealing with the real life situations. So I find that when chartered accountants get certified and enter the profession, they're much more clued in, they're much more experienced in terms of what is the real world. Whereas for normal graduate, there is a kind of getting adjusted to the real world. You are already into this, so to that extent, your professional journey becomes much more meaningful and much more immediate the moment you come into the real world. So to that extent, my advice when you are on the threshold of entering the real world is not as intense as I would advise the students passing out of a university. But still, it is important to learn that I was reading somewhere when I became chairman, somebody has given me a book. Becoming a CEO of any company, becoming CEO of any company is like falling in love. How is it? Every time we believe that, we are all prepared for falling in love till you actually fall in love. And you realize that it's not the same thing as expecting and what is there in that relationship. You always feel that you're always prepared for that, but you realize you're not. Similarly, when you are becoming a chartered accountant today, you probably would have thought that, you're all set. Obviously, you are more set than many of the students who pass out of the universities, but it is a great adjustment and great learning. Every day you will go through as a certified professional who has got a greater responsibility. Your signature carries so much weight that burden itself would be troublesome for some years. And you need to balance this responsibility with your intelligence and in your application of mind, application to the real situations, and come out successfully. For the last several years, your signature appeared primarily on examination papers. Today, that signature transforms from a roll number into a real it's a seal of trust and professional authority. The signature of a chartered accountant carries immense credibility. The signature does not mean that you're going to physically sign. I think Mr. Prasanna Kumar and Mr. Kinare were mentioning the way the chartered accountant profession is transforming with all the digitalization, artificial intelligence. But whether you sign physically or digitally, your signature carries an immense value in the real world. And I think this is something which I keep saying, and nobody can appreciate better than a banker the value of a chartered accountant signature. Your certification influences lending decisions, investment decisions, corporate actions, taxation matters, compliance frameworks, and public confidence. Institutions rely on your professional judgment before taking critical financial decisions. As bankers, we deeply understand the importance of trustworthy financial reporting, audited financial statements, valuations, compliance certifications, and financial disclosures from the very foundation of lending and investment decisions. Incidentally, I'm very proud to say that State Bank of India for the last 3 years have been awarded Golden Award from ICAI for the accounting excellence. And we take pride in mentioning that in all our publications. We take pride that such a very respected institution has acknowledged the quality of our financial reporting. Despite being the largest and most prominent bank, we use your certification of awarding us in the international publications and as a mark of our integrity in the financial reporting. In that sense, chartered accountants are not merely financial professionals, you are guardians of financial integrity. While knowledge gives you capability, integrity gives you credibility. In an era of increasingly complex business structures, rapid capital flows, globalized transactions, and digital finance, the role of chartered accountant has become even more critical. You are a crucial guardrail for corporate governance, transparency, accountability, and compliance. Your greatest professional asset will never be your degree, your designation, or your income. It will be your reputation. The world may forgive an error of judgment, but it rarely forgives a compromise in integrity. Every balance sheet you certify, every opinion you express, every valuation you sign, and every professional advice you provide carries consequences that affect businesses, employees, investors, institutions, and society at large. Therefore, let integrity guide your actions. I was very glad that you have your own anthem, which broadly I understood is more emphasis on ethical values of your profession and transparency that define your conduct and professional excellence that remain your lifelong pursuit. As our former president, the late Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, aptly observed, chartered accountants are partners in nation building. I urge all of you to wear the responsibility with pride. India today stands at a transformative stage in its economic journey. When we are looking at Viksit Bharat, one of the major components which are required, the fuel which is required for achieving the dream of Viksit Bharat is capital. And this capital formation, capital management, and bringing the capital pools to support the real economy will be broadly shaped by what you are going to do in your professional life. We are witnessing rapid growth in infrastructure, manufacturing, digital innovation, financial inclusion, entrepreneurship, and global economic engagement. So I would like to highlight the enormous role young chartered accountants can play in supporting Indian economy. More importantly, one particular segment which you will hear in your professional more often would be medium and small enterprises. MSMEs, popularly known as. When you enter your profession, you will keep on hearing while you want to become a corporate chartered accountant, and as your president desired, many of probably would be a CFOs of the companies. But I would definitely ask you to spend some time nurturing the MSMEs. Today in the country, SMEs play a large role in terms of providing the employment, providing the export heft to the country. But they also have a challenge of technological adoption. More importantly, I feel as a banker, they are struggling with the governance. They do not know the importance of maintaining the books properly, showing the books properly to the banks, and get the right financing. You, whatever profession you choose, please spend some time in terms of supporting the MSMEs. Equally important is the role you can play in India's vibrant startup ecosystem. And we engage with startups every day, both as a user of their services and as well as promoting their industries, activities. One of the biggest challenge what the startups face is that managing their own finances. Through our startup branches, we provide that kind of professional service. But as chartered accountants, you can definitely look at how do you support in terms of becoming critical financial and strategic partners in their journey. From incorporation and fundraising to governance, scaling, and long-term sustainability. By helping startups navigate complexity with confidence, you can enable entrepreneurs to focus on innovation, product development, and business growth. The nation today needs professionals who can help businesses grow responsibly, transparently, and sustainably. One who can guide enterprise not only toward profitability, but also toward ethical and inclusive growth. In these changing dynamics, a chartered accountant cannot afford to remain confined only to traditional accounting practices, utilizing artificial intelligence to enhance auditing quality and to understand how data analytics can improve financial insights and risk management has become a necessity. The true strength of this profession lies in continuous adaptation and learning. The professionals who will lead tomorrow are those who embrace change proactively. I therefore encourage all of you to master emerging technologies and continuously upgrade your skills. Many chartered accountants today lead multinational companies, regulatory institutions, financial organizations, startups, and public enterprises. You all must therefore not only view this qualification merely as a route to employment, but think of this as an opportunity to create a lasting impact. As you progress in life, remember that success is not measured only by income or designation. True success lies in the trust you earn, the lives you influence, and the values you uphold. Many times you see a conflict. Probably as you are passing out this graduation ceremony, you would also realize that you have several options to make in your life. Whatever option you make, one thing I always quote, that you invest in yourself. This is primarily what I've been telling. While you have got one of the most coveted certifications in the country, if you do not invest in yourself, this certification merely remains on paper. And what does it mean, investing in yourself? Learning, constant learning, new ideas, new interactions, and engaging with people across the spectrum of society. Your profession offers you a wonderful opportunity of interaction. You are not one of those people who are going to remain on the behind your desk. You need to go into real world and engage with people, that what is that problems they are facing, what is the solution you can provide. And I'm sure as you progress in your life, you would definitely commit to the ethical values what this ICAI always stood for. Before I conclude, I would like to express my deep appreciation to the parents, teachers, mentors, and all other stakeholders who supported these newly qualified chartered accountants throughout their demanding journey. This convocation marks not the destination, but the beginning of a new journey, a journey of responsibility, leadership, integrity, and service to the nation. I wish all of you a future filled with success, purpose, and excellence, and I'm sure that I would be meeting many of you throughout your journey as you embark on your new journey. Thank you, and Jai Hind.
Well, those weren't just words of encouragement. It was a masterclass for a career roadmap. Thank you for your gracious address, sir. With this, we move towards one of the most significant moments of this ceremony. As you formally step into the profession, let us reaffirm the values and ethics that define it. May I request you all to please rise for the oath. May I also invite CA Prasanna Kumar D, President ICAI, to administer the oath.
My dear young members, so I got great privilege to administer the oath for you. As we administer the oath, the first, your name, your father or mother's name, as the case may be, as you share, you should fill up list of things as I pronounce, you can repeat. Yeah. I, son of or daughter of a member of the Institute of Chartered of India, do hereby solemnly swear in the name of God that as a chartered accountant, I shall be committed to excellence, independence, and integrity. I will sincerely work towards preparation of true, fair, and transparent financial statements, best practice in corporate governance, efficient and effective utilization of financial resources, and compliances, and shall abide by the code of ethics pronounced by the Institute. I shall be fair, just, and honest in my dealings with all the stakeholders, and shall always maintain confidentiality. I should deal all with humility, respect, and be responsive to the needs of society. While providing my services, I would always be true to the Constitution of India and will follow in letter and spirit all the laws of the land. I shall relentlessly work towards inclusive growth of a resilient India. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, to everybody, welcome to the fraternity. As we said, what begins today is even more exciting, your journey of creating impact. A gathering like this feels truly complete with the guidance and encouragement of personalities we admire, with halls across centers filled with the trailblazers of our beloved profession. It is safe to say the bar for inspiration has now been set very high. Stalwarts and leaders in true sense, they know the way, they go the way, and they show the way. With this, may I please invite the dynamic and celebrated CA Jay Chaira, Deputy Convener, MNSS Directorate, joining us from Ahmedabad Center to present the formal vote of thanks.
A very good morning to all of you. Working? Right. Yeah. I have been given a very pleasant task of the formal vote of thanks. Let me first thank our guest today, Shri Chella Srinivasalu Setti, Chairman SBI. Sir, thanks a lot for appreciating the role of our profession. Thanks a lot to state that, very rightly state that, we chartered accountants are the guardians of financial integrity. Thank you very much for motivating our young chartered accountants and discussing about the mental strength along with intelligence, and also appreciating our practical system. Thank you very much for accepting the invitation and enlightening our young minds. Let me thank our President, CA Prasanna Kumar D, who inspired all the young chartered accountants and took them from CFO to CEO, discussed about the global opportunities and about the right mindset, providing a number of other important inputs from the institute side. I thank CA Mangesh Kinre sir, the Vice President ICAI, for inspiring our chartered accountants and discussing about the most core principles of the profession, that is excellence, independence, integrity. Let me thank all the Central Council members, Regional Council members, Branch Managing Committee members and the officers at the same time across the country organizing such huge convocation. I think this must not be there in any part of the world. It only happens with ICAI. So let me thank all of them for very smoothly organizing across the country this wonderful convocation, and particularly the MSS Chairman CA Rajendra Kumar ji. Thanks a lot to the parents for joining here and inspiring your children, and more particularly thanks a lot to all the young chartered accountants who have been a part of not only this convocation ceremony, but the part of this proud profession. Thank you very much.
Rank holders, may I please request you all to line up near the stage.
Good morning, everyone. We will be starting with the inauguration shortly. Kindly note that the members are requested to avoid movements in and around the hall during the convocation and also the inauguration. And now we are expecting the arrival of our chief guest. Mr. APM Mohammed Hanish, IAS. We will be shortly starting with the event.
Interaction with students, interaction.
To address the gathering.
Addressing the gathering.
Now I request CA Babu Abraham Kalwel sir to address the gathering.
Good morning to all of you. At the outset, my heartiest congratulations for becoming the member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, making us, all of us, proud, especially your parents. My formal address will come when the chief guest is on the way. Once he comes, then I thought, okay, I'll interact with you during this time. This year I am also in charge of the Bodo Studies Academics. One of the important mission Bodo Studies I embarked upon is the comprehensive revision of course curriculum. And you are fresh from our end. Probably you are the best to guide us what could produce the most brilliant future-ready chartered accountants. Some of the thought process happening within the council and the Board of Studies is, one, we reduce the practical training from 3 years to 2 years. There is a general feedback both from industry, both from practicing members, and even from students that cutting down 3 years to 2 years at one shot was not the most beneficial thing. Therefore, the thought process is to make the practical training, because that is the essence. Actually, the strength of this course is it's a blend of practical training and theoretical education. Therefore, the thought process is to bring back either 2.5 years or 3 years.
We welcome our chief guest, Sri APM Mohammed Hanish IAS to the dais. I request our chief guest and CA Babu Abraham Kalwel to occupy their seats on the dais. We acknowledge the presence of CA Deepa Varghese, Treasurer SIRC of ICAI, CA Joby George, Chairman Ernakulam Branch of ICAI, and all other managing committee members to the function. Welcome.
I request CA Babu Abraham Kalwel, Chairman Board of Studies Academies, Convocation Coordinator of ICAI, to deliver the welcome address. Sir, please.
Honorable Chief Guest of this second convocation function being organized at Cochin in the history of the Institute. I'm extremely glad that I could bring convocation to Cochin, whereas previously our young members used to travel either to Chennai or to Bangalore to attend the convocation. And I'm also extremely glad and proud that today we have one of the most eminent civil servant as a chief guest of the convocation function at Ernakulam. I'm sure many of us know Sri APM Mohammed Hanish. In our forum, he has been one of the strongest well-wishers of the profession. Today, my heartiest congratulations on your elevation as Additional Chief Secretary. Holding the portfolios of industry, revenue, and external cooperation. I would only sum up CAPM Mohammad Hanish as a visionary civil servant, known for the qualities of his head and heart, and besides that, an acclaimed orator. I am sure hearing him will be a feast which you are going to enjoy very soon. Probably, I feel Hanish sir embraced the civil service with a clear conviction that it enables him to do best in the public service forum. And I think he has been able to prove that. Thank you, making Kerala one of the most proud states in the country. Thank you very much for your services and also for joining us today in this convocation. I would also like to congratulate one and all of you who has passed considered to be one of the most difficult examinations. I am glad today this convocation is joined by my very distinguished colleague in the Regional Council and the Treasurer of the Regional Council, CA Deepa Verghese, Chairman of the Ernakulam branch, CA Joby George, who has toiled his midnight oil to make you all comfortable in organizing this convocation function at Ernakulam, along with all managing committee members, Dibin, Sharath, Beena, and all others who have joined us, and also very respected parents. Probably this is a most proud moment for the parents to see their convocation of their child who is becoming a member of the largest professional body in the country. And once you become the member of the institute, it opens a floodgate of opportunities. Today, you can be an entrepreneur, you can set up your own independent professional practice, you can start being part of a startup, you can be part of a global capability center, you can also take up employment. It is your decision whether you want to take up the employment within the country or outside. You can also become an insolvency resolution professional. You can be a valuer, you can be a forensic auditor, and it is endless, the opportunities before you. Therefore, till yesterday, or till you qualify this examination, you have only one single object to qualify this examination. Today, probably some of you will be confused. What should be the line which I should adopt? Because there are innumerable number of opportunities before you. Consciously select according to your choice and stick on to that. While before you select, you should be very clear what I wanted to do in life. And very recently, the Institute has celebrated its Diamond Jubilee and pretty remarkable 75 years of service to the nation. And today we have grown to be one of the largest professional accounting body in the world. And you are all part of this extraordinary organization, which you heard our President and Vice President, excellence, integrity, and independence. That's the hallmark of this profession. The word Diamond Jubilee speaks the volume for the aura of glory in which our beloved institute glows, which you are going to be all part of that. You are the future of this profession. I have no doubt in saying that. Our institute is one of the youngest institute. The mean age of the institute is below 45 years today. And it is our collective responsibility to enhance the credibility of the brand Indian CA and expand our global image and presence. You are going to be the leaders of the society. And I would say a true leadership is built on 10 C's. First one is character. I think if you want to be a leader, I think the most important quality is the character that is being tested today. Even today, the character of nation is being tested. There are a number of examples. Paucity of time, I am not getting into that. Second, I would say commitment. Commitment to whatever you do in life. Get involved. That only will bring you the best results out of that. And competence. How do you maintain competence? Learning should be an integral part. Keep on continue your learning, either in a structured or unstructured manner. Make sure that every year you add either a diploma or a certification as part of your learning process. That will help you to stay afloat as a competent professional. Compassion. Probably you should be able to look down to the less privileged of the society. And that is very, very important. And I think credibility of the profession is most important. I would always consider the strength of the chain is the strength of the weakest link in the chain. Therefore, reputation of every individual member matters for us. And courage of conviction. I think that is most important. There are many things you and I see what is wrong in and around us. But many of us lack the courage to stand up and say what is wrong and what is right. That is very, very important. And I feel today the profession is changing. The world is changing. Therefore, if you want to be quite successful in life, probably one of the important qualities requires is creativity. I think the creativity lies in the acumen of financial acumen to add real operational and economic value wherever you are. Therefore, your creative thinking should bring the best out of you. And I would say one more important quality is critical thinking. It is one of the most sought after skill set in the modern profession. Actively encouraging critical thinking fosters a culture of adaptability, problem solving, and continuous improvement. And communication, it is at the most, whether it is oral or written. As a competent professional, that is quite important. And keep on developing your communication habits. Keep reading at least few newspapers every day, both vernacular and English. That will help to improve your communication. And I think the order of the day is a collaboration. I think you should be able to look beyond yourself. And collaboration brings huge opportunities today. I think talent wins games, but teamwork and intelligence win championships. This is said by Michael Jordan. I think that should be a guiding principle for all of you too. And till date, in the 75 years of the history, only a one and single Malayali could become the president of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. He had a very humble beginning. He was from the North Kerala, born as a child among the 10 siblings. After the 10th standard, his parents told him, we cannot educate you anymore. Because by the time his father fell ill and mother is a lone earning member. And you know, this young boy decided to take a train to Mumbai because that point of time everyone believed that Mumbai offers greater opportunities. After the 10th standard, what is the job he can aspire for? He started looking for a job as an office boy. After a few months of search, he got a job as an office boy in a firm of chartered accountants called C.C. Chokshi and Company. And you know, I still recollect my first biodata got typed out in an electronic typewriter. That time, that itself is a wonder. We have only seen mainframe computers. And on a day, when the regular typist was absent, the partner of the firm asked this young boy to get the letter typed outside. And this young boy said, "Sir, I will do it for you." And when the matter got typed, the partner realized that this is as good as a regular typist. My dear friends, nobody has asked this young boy to learn typing. Probably as an office boy at that point of time, his office hours would have been 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. But he found time and money to learn typing. And that's the point, he has been promoted as a typist. This has given opportunity to have a closer interaction with the partners. Knowing his ability, the partner suggested him to join for articleship, which he was initially hesitant because he said, "I need my salary for my own living and also to send part of my earnings to my parents." And finally, he joined as an audit articleship. That time, there are two categories, which is not prevalent today. One more year, 4-year articleship as an audit articleship, but it entails a higher stipend. Rest is history. He qualified CA intermediate and final with rank. And he has joined as a partner in the same firm where he has joined as an office boy. And the pinnacle of the career is to become the president of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. He is none other than CA PA Nair. See the transformation from PA Nair to CA Nair. My dear friends, PA Nair never blamed his parents for not affording him opportunity for higher studies. For that matter, he never blamed the society for the so-called exploitation. He never blamed anyone for that matter. He had a dream, he worked towards that, and he achieved it. My dear young professionals sitting in front of me, there will be challenges in life. And that is the beauty of the challenge, life. Therefore, what makes you going is, yes, I can. Unless you have confidence in yourself, nobody will be able to help you. Therefore, I think this story should be in the back of your mind in whatever you do. And we should aim high, think high, and fly high. To achieve our objectives, we should have a desire, determination, direction, dedication, and discipline. I think that is the most important of it. And being leaders of the society, I have no doubt in saying that your degree will open the door for opportunities. But your skills will decide how far you will go. Therefore, that is the importance of continuous learning. John F. Kennedy has said, leadership and learning are indispensable to each other. Therefore, my kind request to all of you, keep learning. That is most important of it. I wish you all the very best. And don't forget the steps you have climbed in life. Your parents, your friends, your principal, your own alma mater, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. There are immense opportunities to get associated with the institute. If any of you are interested, please put a WhatsApp or a mail to me. I will see that you are associated in some capacity or other with the institute. Wish you all the very best. Looking forward to see you in different capacities in the most successful manner in the years to come. May God bless you all. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We welcome CA Joby George, Chairman, Ernakulam Branch of SIRC of ICAI, to present a bouquet to our chief guest, Mr. APM Muhammad Hanish, IAS.
we invite our chief guest, Mr. APM Mohammed Anish, IAS, for inaugurating this Convocation 2026 ICAI hosted by Ernakulam branch of SARC of ICAI by lighting the lamp. I request everyone to rise up.
Thank you, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, I feel greatly privileged to introduce the chief guest of the day, Sri APM Mohammed Anish, IAS. He is an Indian Administrative Service Officer of the 1996 batch from the Kerala cadre and a direct recruit entrant through the UPSC Civil Service Examination.
During his distinguished administrative career, he has held several key leadership positions in the government of Kerala and aligned public sectors, including Principal Secretary, Health and Family Welfare Department, Government of Kerala, Chairman and Managing Director, Kerala State Coastal Shipping and Inland Navigation Development Corporation, Managing Director, Kochi Metro Rail Project, Special Secretary, Rashtriya Madhyamik Shiksha Abhiyan, Director of Public Institutions, District Collector, Ernakulam, and also served as a Sub-Collector.
He is widely acknowledged for his remarkable contributions to public administration, infrastructure development, industrial policy, education, urban governance, and institutional reforms in Kerala. Under his dynamic and visionary leadership, the Industries Department has played a transformative role in strengthening Kerala's industrial ecosystem by enhancing investor confidence, promoting ease of doing business, and fostering a more responsive, progressive, and industrial-friendly governance framework. He is presently serving as the Additional Chief Secretary, Industries Department, Revenue Department, and External Cooperation Department, Government of Kerala. Ladies and gentlemen, let us extend a warm and hearty welcome to Sri APM Mohammed Anish, IAS, and invite him to deliver the inaugural address.
My dear friend, for the past 2 decades, Chartered Accountant Babu Abraham Kallivailin, dear colleagues and friends in the Chartered Accountancy Fraternity, Chartered Accountant Fraternity, Deepa Varghese, Mr. Joby, and Veena, and a lot of other friends as well, budding Chartered Accountants, their proud parents, guardians, well-wishers, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, I would like to place on record my deep respect and admiration for the profession of Chartered Accountancy. This is one profession which has grown out of uncompromising standards as far as the quality of academics is concerned, and also with regard to the criteria, the strict criteria that's been steadfastly maintained across several decades by the statutory bodies of the land. No dilution of the spirit and the ethos have been done in all these decades, to the best of my knowledge. When I meet with the Honorable Minister for Commerce, Government of India, Shri Piyush Goyal ji, along with my former Industries Minister, Mr. P. Rajiv, we used to remind ourselves that the man sitting in front of us as the Union Commerce Minister held the 4th rank in the country in the Chartered Accountancy examination. And of course, because of the kind of strenuous approach and the kind of determined, focused strategy as well that Mr. Goyal Sahab has, my colleagues in the civil service always find a little scared about the fact that the official meetings are even conducted at 11 in the night. So much for the kind of professional integrity and the kind of strenuous approach that Chartered Accountants as a creed, Chartered Accountants as a class had employed. Of course, as time passes, naturally enough, the world also changes. Yesterday's value systems may not exactly be the value systems that are prevalent in the 21st century. The rigor with which we went through the textbooks and other authoritative treatises in the past may not exactly be the kind of toughness or the stiffness with which we may approach the studies in 2026. Even if the technology changes, because I was reminding myself of the kind of strain that my colleagues of the extra years, all those captains of the bureaucracy used to have when they used to draft the governor's address and the president's address using the good old typewriter and the shorthand of Pitman. Times have changed. Today it becomes absolutely easy for us to rephrase the whole thing, cut, copy and paste as well. But the major point is here, how much do we continue with this cut, copy, paste philosophy? Sometimes I find that in my government secretariat in Thiruvananthapuram, there would be a government order that's going to be published today, which would come to me with a dateline of 2012-2011. So in other words, what has happened is that the computer played the truant game, or rather, we did not apply our mind. In these times of artificial intelligence, machine learning, augmented reality, and IoT, how much does human brain matter? This is a question which is uppermost in the brains of brains and minds of persons belonging to different walks of life. Be it a doctor, be it an engineer, be it a civil servant, be it a chartered accountant, be it a company secretary. Let us all remind ourselves that, after all these tools, all these kinds of instruments that have been created for the mankind have really been created as a result of the application of ingenious minds of absolutely well-educated and gifted human beings. Without these human beings, be it Isaac Newton or Albert Einstein, world would not have been the same. So as time passes, we will have more and more new definitions coming in, new approaches coming in, and new systems and machinery coming in. But do they supplement or do they substitute the human spirit? My firm answer is they can only be supplementary to whatever is within us. What lies within us is absolutely much more significant than what lies behind us and what lies ahead of us. When we begin to live in the present, let us not delude ourselves of certain absolute simple philosophies of life. Life moves on in a gentle manner at times, turbulent at times. You suddenly get into swirls, as they call in the waterways, you call the torrents, and the kind of sudden swirls that we have. You get completely lost in the kind of gush of water that comes into your life. You find yourself totally lost. But then that's where the comeback trail begins. I just wanted to remind you of one of the most illustrious presidents of the United States of America, a person to whom we look with a great deal of hope and solace, a person spirit to whom we look at great solace and hope in these troubled times when American presidency itself has raised ever so many important questions across the globe. Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln was a loser throughout his life. He never excelled in his schooling days. He never excelled in his public life till he became the President of the United States of America. In a short, eventful tenure, he revolutionized the way human race was looked at. He revolutionized the way in which democracy was seen. And ultimately, he left behind a legacy which lives on even after centuries. So that brings us to very interesting questions about life. We started off our journey at the age of second, 2 or 3. We went to the play school, and from there to the kindergarten, and from there to the lower primary, the upper primary, the high school, and the higher secondary. By the time you finished your higher secondary classes, many were certain about, clear about the destiny or the destination that I would have to choose, you would have to choose. While I had completed my 12th standard, there was a faint idea about becoming a civil servant. At the same time, as is the situation that prevailed during those times, we Keralites only thought about 3 or 4 professions as such: doctor, engineer, lawyer, and some deal of management professionals as well. So my parents decided that I should go for engineering. I did engineering, and thereafter, finally, not just because of my own volition, but because of the kind of gentle, affectionate persuasion of those persons who were near and dear to you, I decided to take the plunge for the civil service examination. And today, after 30 years, here I am today. Now think about it. After the completion of the 12th standard, you decided that this should be the path that you have to choose. You went through the struggle. You went through the strain. Tremendous deal of loss of sleep had occurred. Too many midnights have been spent poring over book after book. In the past, I used to think that the open book system was one of the finest things in the world because it was too easy to copying down something from the book straight. But after really delving deep into the trials and tribulations faced by many of your brethren while attempting the open book exam, I come to a clear, firm realization that it is the closed book exam that will be much more better. This is something the national chairperson of the Board of Studies should also take note of. To certainly get rid of this open book system, I don't know. But then this is what I had to understand after listening to the trials and tribulations of ever so many aspiring chartered accountants. Today, this country has completed 75 years and beyond. and we are on a march ahead. What is the greatest strength that we have for ourselves? Two things stand out. One is the quality of the skilled professional workforce we have in our country, which has been regarded as one of the best in the world. And second is about the kind of immense opportunities that the domestic market and the global market holds for Indian companies, Indian products, and Indian services. Linking these two things together, you have winners all the time. In the 1950s, 1970s, and the 1990s, up to the 1990s, you had the license quota Raj. And we always had great deal of pleasure in telling the whole world that our growth rate is 3.5%. When we called, which was named also in a jocular vein as the Hindu growth rate. I don't know what's the connection between the Hindu and the 3.5%. Still. And after 1990, after the opening up of the country, after the budget of epochal significance presented by the most venerable former Prime Minister of India, Dr. Manmohan Singh, in the summer of 1991, June 1991. In Delhi, it's summer, while it's raining heavily over here. I still remember, I had just come out of the college at the time. And after that, world has never been the same. The crumbling of the Berlin walls and the disappearance of the East versus West, the hiatus, had actually led to the crumbling of the power blocks as well, ultimately leading to release of a tremendous deal of creative energy across the globe, which was signified by the three words of liberalization, privatization, and globalization, which sometimes you would also again state as LPG. I don't know why in India, LPG and CNG gets increased in their prices with every passing day. But of course, because of the global circumstances that prevail, the tailwinds as well, the headwinds as well. Now, after 1991, and the kind of baby steps we took on to and market-friendly, open market economy, we had the increase in terms of the opportunities available in the service sector as well as the manufacturing sector. The demand for the professionals post-1991 as against pre-1991 is to be understood in the right perspective. 10 years went by, we had P.V. Narasimha Rao, and thereafter we had Atal Bihari Vajpayee coming in. And then the reforms began to become solidified or absolutely strengthened in two specific sectors. One was the power sector, and second was the telecom sector. So people used to wonder, tell us, as to why the reforms have been really singled out in these two sectors. Pat came the absolutely Indian ingenuous answer. Power and telecom doesn't need land on earth. Land acquisition was not required. It went through the air. Therefore, nobody was disturbed about it. When it comes to high-speed rail corridors or highways, naturally enough, you need to grapple with everyone over here. But that was the second phase to follow. 25 years later, coming on to 2026 or 2025, we find that the opportunities, as Babu had pointed out, has increased considerably. But along with it, the kind of complexity of the rules and regulations, especially the kind of amendments that have been carried out, the IBC that has come into being, and the kind of insolvency processes as well, it's all become absolutely a bit more complex as well. So what does that lead us to? Let's be clear about it. Whatever I or my colleagues learned from the Lal Bahadur Shastri National Academy of Administration, nestling in the mountains of Himalayas in Missouri, 30 years back or 29 years back, were just the kind of absolutely idealized, idyllic beauty of the country, most romanticized as well. And then you came down the Doon Valley, down to the plains of India, and you found that the absolutely salubrious climes and the kind of climate of Missouri has disappeared altogether. And it's the heat and the grime and the dust of the Indian plains that began to surface. Metaphorically and figuratively, This provided the kind of, that deflection from the mystic romanticism to the hard-nosed reality. So this transition from romanticism to reality was a bit painful for many of us, because we believed that India existed as it were, as it existed in the National Academy of Administration, Missouri, where everything was so peaceful. You started your day with horse riding, went over to have a bout of tennis, and ultimately had a dinner party in the night and a movie as well. But that was not life. Years later, we also realized that with every passing day, you begin to understand and learn from the people in the land. You begin to understand and learn from the various incidents and the events that occur around us. And we also found that it is ultimately the interest that you have in the job which certainly takes us to a great deal of mastery about the subject. As Aristotle, the Greek philosopher, once remarked, and I quote, "Pleasure in the job puts perfection in the work," unquote. This is precisely the point which I wanted to emphasize upon. We always face ever so many obstacles as well. And in the course of all these obstacles that happen, there is a question which comes uppermost to my mind. There are two ways of looking at it. One is that this is an absolutely insurmountable task. I will never be able to master it. I will never be able to come out of it victorious, so let me abandon it altogether. And it is also pitch darkness in the night as well when a decision such as this is being taken. But remember, in the stillness and the darkness of the night, when the hope dies out and despondency goes up, you took this decision. But did you ever realize that 5 or 6 hours thereafter, the first rays of the sun would strike this planet Earth again, and a new bright tomorrow is created? This is where a new hope has its germination. It's like a new sprout coming up in the ground. So early in the morning, after a lovely sleep, you wake up and you find that, lo presto, eureka, eureka, I have found the answer to the kind of vexatious problem which occurred to me yesterday night. This is life. Every day has a new beginning. Every day beholds a great deal of hope within us and without us. This is precisely where the passion for the work, determination, clarity of thought, and discipline oneself certainly paves the way forward. That can happen only if we need to think about what happened to me in the last 24 hours. You started off in the day, did your morning course, and thereafter you started your day in the professional manner. Through the course of the day, you had your interactions, you had your meetings, you had your discussions, chit-chats, and lunch and whatever. And thereafter, ultimately, some little bout of reading as well before you went to sleep. How topical were you? How updated are you? And how precise thinking had actually come to your mind are questions which need to be answered. So when you just have a rewind about what happened in the last 24 hours, you will always find an answer to what went wrong and what came right. What went wrong is more important than what happened to be good for you. The problem between victory and defeat is very simple. We in India, as well as the whole of Asia, being a bit more emotional as compared to the Westerners, we would always believe that when it's a success story, you would always gloat about it, and you would never analyze the reasons for the success. And then you would keep patting your back all the time, yourself, and you would also compel others to pat your back. As people say, you will fish for the compliments. He would keep asking everyone as to how was it, how was it, how was it. And the gentleman sitting on the other side, in his absolutely, passionate way to please you, would state that you were super, you're brilliant, you're extraordinary. So, the great opportunity for learning was lost over there. And when you were at fault, when something wrong had occurred, what do you do usually? Many of us certainly dive into great bouts of depression, tremendous deal of sadness as well, and ultimately find fault with oneself and also find beyond the fact that we really did not have the potential to scale the heights of excellence that was required. Absolute nonsense, I would say. Instead of that, the failure or a defeat provides you with a great deal of opportunity to analyze as to what were the factors that went wrong. What were the kind of aspects that need to be corrected and rectified? And what exactly would be the path to success hereafter, learning from the lessons of the defeat. This is most important. N.R. Narayanamurthy, the man who created the IT revolution, I would say, in this country, with the Infosys company, has this to say. The greatest learning for his life had always been the failures and not the successes, because the failures afforded him the opportunity to learn and relearn. This brings us to the next question. If I were to believe in the theory that I completed and successfully took my civil service examination in the year 1995-1996, came up to the Indian Administrative Service, got some of the best ranks as well, came to the Administrative Service, and after that I continued like that, and there is nobody to beat me in the whole of this planet, then I am living, or rather deluding myself. I am living in the kind of a delusion of grandeur is being created by myself. I am living in a fool's paradise. Instead of that, if I were to believe that year after year, month after month, week after week, day after day, the world is changing, the globe is completely being revolutionized with new thought and new ideas, and that we have to keep pace with it, we need to do the learning process on a daily basis. That calls for continuing education, continuing professional education as well as is being conducted by your institute over here. More than that, I would state that the old English, that saying comes to my mind all the time. A doctor is always a doctor. An engineer is always an engineer. A civil servant is always a civil servant. A chartered accountant is always a chartered accountant. Why should it be? Instead of that, if I can have real passion for music, if you can be an avid film goer, if you can do a little critique about what exactly does Drishyam 3 stands for, that's really the spirit of the human being that you are. If you can do that, it calls for multiple, talents, great deal of interest, multifarious interests as well, and the kind of diversity of the thought process that really becomes yours. For that, we need to cultivate different hobbies and different interests as well. Ultimately, these are the stuff which brings in that extra advantage to you beyond the kind of dullness and the drudgery that's brought about as a result of going into the books all the time and all the time. The most dreaded car journey which I had once upon a time from Trivandrum to Cochin was undertaken with one of the finest chief engineers of one of our Kerala government service providers. I would not name the providers because perhaps you may realize who that person is. Brilliant engineer. I took him in my vehicle when we started off from Trivandrum, and he was here till Ernakulam as well. He spoke and spoke only about water supply and water supply alone, and also the laying of the pipes. So even so, I was absolutely impressed with the honesty and the professional competence of the person concerned. In my mischievous thought process, I was just thinking aloud, why can't I speak about something like a little deal of politics over here, some little deal of films, music or dance or literature for that matter, but that escaped his thought process altogether. In other words, you become a very sector-specific individual. You have to be a specialist. At the same time, the beauty of the world, the charm of the world, and the enlightenment process that dawns on you as a result of your dalliance with the beauty of nature should not go away from you. If that goes away from you, you and I will become just a dull bureaucrat myself and a dull chartered accountant yourself. That's where we need to really expand our horizons, keep your eyes and ears open, and see to it that the whole world comes into you. From Japan in the east to United States of America in the west and the Pacific Islands thereafter, that's what you call as a globe. And from Iceland in the north to down south Antarctica, which has become a tourist spot today thanks to some of our very, very intrepid travel operators, this is the globe. What exactly do we find in this whole space over here? And beyond that, if you are a part of the galaxy, the SpaceX projects of Elon Musk, you can even travel up to the celestial bodies as well. Here, this is life, then this is world. What exactly does it behold for you? How do we unravel the mysteries of this world? How do we understand the new systems and potential that this world holds? Today I find to my happiness that many chartered accountants in this country have really traveled to the west as well as to the east. Many have put up offices in the Middle East and even beyond that. The kind of qualifications and the professional excellence that have come to acquire are tremendous. One of the finest lawyers in the country and the best paid lawyer as well is one of the greatest movie buffs as well. I would not name the person, but I found that he was absolutely, updated about what Shah Rukh Khan is doing and what Salman Khan is doing. Apart from arguing the best possible and the most difficult cases in the Supreme Court of India. So this is what that really triggers that element of creativity within you. Think out of the box to create solutions that matter. The other day, I had an interesting episode about an alliance that is to be made between one of the major Maharatna companies of Government of India and one of our better performing public sector undertakings in the state. Time and again, meetings were taken again and again for this alliance to happen, but one small lawyer would block it. Somebody would block it over here. Then I told my colleagues in the Maharatna company that beyond the confines of Kerala, beyond the confines of Cochin, if you can really bring in some of the best brains in the country from your headquarters over here, I hope and pray that things will be solved. Then I also told the CMD of this Maharatna company that this gentleman who comes in here should be a bit more liberated. He should be a liberated soul. He should be a person who can really bring in new intrepid thoughts, creative thoughts, out-of-the-box thinking, and a great deal of practical-oriented philosophy as well. That gentleman arrived here, and 2 days later, the solution is made. Tomorrow, your clients would bring in the most intractable issues related to finance and taxation before you. You need to provide the solution for that within the confines of the professional ethics that is certainly sacrosanct for you. Let us not go beyond that. There is another danger that has come into our professions like yours as well as mine. To please the client, to please your customer, you go to any extent possible and ultimately completely compromise on the professional ethics and also about the kind of limitations imposed by the statutory provisions of your profession. Today, you will make some fortune out of it by providing this kind of an illegal advice to your client. But think about your reputation and think about the kind of perception that your customer has about you. Your reputation may nosedive after a point of time. And the customer or the client of yours would tell the whole world that you can even kill a person with a dagger, with a blood-stained dagger. I can come to the chartered accountant's room, in a metaphorical way, keep it over there and state that I killed the person. Now kindly save me. How do we save a murderer? There are limits to it. I'm not delving deep into what exactly would happen across the country, across the globe. But at the same time, being a profession that is wedded to the finest principles of integrity, academic skills, and a great deal of toughness in terms of the exam process through which you came through, we need to really stand tall. That's most important. I'm always reminded of the Chinese proverb which comes to me all the time. It's like this: our greatest glory is not that we never fail, but in rising every time we fail. We may fail, but we need to rise up. For that, you need to have the determination, you need to have the sense of hard work and duty, and you also need to have a great deal of confidence and an absolutely rosy eye towards a rosy future. The future is something which is unique for everybody amongst us. In this country of ours and the state of ours, exciting things are happening. In the wake of the West Asia crisis, the Emergency Credit Line Guarantee Scheme has been introduced by the Government of India 1 week, 10 days back. This can provide a great deal of solace for those companies and institutions which are very much in need of the finances required. And we also have a new scheme, massive scheme coming up across the country called the Bhavya scheme, where hundreds and hundreds of industrial parks are to come about. I am stating this solely because these persons are your potential customers. In that way, I am providing that marketing philosophy also to you, stating that they are going to be your customers. The ICAI Ernakulam chapter was so bright enough, Deepa was so bright enough in convincing the Kerala government that we need to go for, with the support of Mr. Babu Kallivailil, that we need to go for chartered accountancy, ICAI clinics free of cost in all district capitals. I knew very well that it was almost similar to the free medical camps that our private hospitals have. But my micro, small, medium enterprises lapped it up because they could never enter the rooms of the such most venerable, financial professionals without payment of a hefty fee. They got this service free of cost. But remember, that was the beginning of a very, very durable relationship as well. Many of these MSMEs have become absolutely abiding, dedicated customers to many of our chartered accountants. We don't have any issues about it. But this has become a model for the whole country to go. And I would really thank the ICAI Kerala, for having taken up this wonderful initiative in association with the government of Kerala. Coming on to Kerala state and what exactly we stand for, let us understand that after so many decades of languishing, or rather being regarded as a state in the backyards in terms of industry, trade and commerce, this is a state that has been topping the charts in the ease of doing business for the past 2 years continuously. And in the deregulation process, as well as the kind of land utilization, liberalization, we are really gone miles ahead. Today, major groups as well as minor groups, NRK-driven, NRA-driven groups are confident enough of coming over here and establishing their centers over here. IBM, the international IT giant, started with just 100 employees 2 years back. Today, they have 2,500 seats in Cochin. TCS is going to go for the next expansion. Similar are the cases with such global giants as well. Across the state, we also should understand that a tremendous boost has been provided to the logistics sector, which has become part of the industrial policy. When logistics becomes part of the industry, the country's first deep sea terminal takes shape already in Vizhinjam. From east to west, the cargo movement has its time reduced by 8 to 10 days. And you can understand the kind of savings that happens when they avoid the ports of Singapore, Colombo or Dubai. This is just 10 miles away from the International Maritime Channel connecting Sydney to London. And it has a draft of 22 meters as well. The enormous opportunity that's been created as a result of the establishment of this deep sea terminal does not really confine itself to Thiruvananthapuram or Kollam, even though the outer area growth corridor happens to be there. The permeation, or rather the kind of transfer, dissemination of the spirit happens across the state. And bang on the border with Tamil Nadu, you have the Kochi-Bangalore Industrial Corridor sponsored Palghat Manufacturing City, Smart City coming up. 1,700 acres of land in 3 villages in Palghat along the highway from Palghat to Coimbatore are getting ready for industries as diverse as pharmaceuticals and metallic. So this is where a great deal of manufacturing processes happened. Whenever I had explained about this Palghat industrial city, I used to find myself absolutely mobbed by the Tamil Nadu-based industrialists as well as the Karnataka-based industrialists, because they smell a neat opportunity over there. These 2 flagship projects itself, plus the tremendous deal of theme-based industrial parks across the state, the development areas and the development plots, and the enormous spurt in the growth of the micro, small, medium enterprises in the last few years. 450,000 MSMEs have come out in the last 4 or 5 years together, and we continue our journey. And from these MSMEs, as we stated, those MSMEs that have the desire, that have the capability to scale up to 100 crore plus as annual turnover, has been clubbed together as an exclusive group called the Mission 1000 Group. Every banker after banker have been telling me that, sir, if a firm is placed in the Mission 1000 Group, we are ready to provide the finance. Now we can understand what exactly it implies for aspiring, budding chartered accountants like you. The opportunities are immense. We need to scale that. We need to utilize that. And for that, we need to really see to it that considerable midnight oil was spent by you in your scaling, in your kind of acquisition of these skills and inputs, and in terms of attaining this exalted position today. But here on, let's understand a simple logic. Where are you standing today? Are you on top of the world? Are you on top of the mountain? Or have you just started the climb? Let us all keep it ourselves in mind. After spending 30 years in the bureaucracy, I still consider myself as somebody who is still in the valley curve, trying to climb up the mountain, scale up the heights of excellence, and ultimately to reach the summit. There is nothing like a summit or a Mount Everest here. And there is a problem when you reach the Mount Everest. How long would you stay in the Mount Everest? Oxygen is thin, and the winds are absolutely gusty. How do we stay over there? Edmund Hillary and Tenzing Norgay in 1953 couldn't withstand more than 30 or 35 minutes of time on top of Mount Everest. So come to think about the ordinary mortals like us. But it's our endeavor to see to it that we scale up the heights of excellence from the valley where we are placed today, with a sense of humility, tremendous deal of dedication and honesty, as well as a great deal of diversity of thought process. That's precisely where we need to reach. Tomorrow, when we end our journey, after so many decades of glorious service in your profession and beyond, we should really be patting ourselves on the back, and your successors in your family should state that you have really done something for the world. That something is what we call as value addition to the world. When you finally enter into your 70s or 80s, and it becomes a kind of a dalliance between yourself and the doctor, with a tremendous new increasing pack of medicines as well to support you. And if finally, ultimately, when you gasp for your last breath, there is a thought that should enter your mind. I have spent so many years in this planet Earth. What do I carry from here? Then I need to remind myself that, though I may not be a superstar, though I couldn't become a Mahatma Gandhi, though I couldn't become an Abraham Lincoln, I could do something substantial which proved to be a value addition, at least for the small societies surrounding me. Years later, after you pass away, and your memories sustain itself in this world. Your sons and daughters, your grandchildren should come to a grave and state that herein lies a noble soul who is a predecessor, grandfather, grandmother, who did a lot of good things, worthy, valuable, noble things for this world, and ultimately left behind us a baggage of glorious memories, which we consider as the greatest legacy that this gentleman gave to us to sustain ourselves in our path to excellence forward. In that manner, generations later, we would strive to provide the kind of prompting force for younger generations to excel. That's the way the life should go. That's ultimately what we have to say. I am reminded of the Bhakti movement and the kind of religion, the enormous deal of social renaissance that was created in the Middle Ages. And Kabir, the son of a weaver from Varanasi or Benares or Kashi, as we call, was one of the greatest proponents of the journey in terms of mysticism. Mirabai and Tukaram and Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and everybody were there. Kabir made a pithy observation about life. When I came to the world, I cried and the whole world rejoiced. When I came to the world, I cried and the whole world rejoiced. Live the life in such a way that when you leave the world, I would leave with a quaint smile on my lips and the whole world would weep. Precisely this is the kind of philosophy with which we should continue our journey and see to it that ultimately all victories are eternal. All victories are never peripheral or ephemeral. And we would see to it that eternal victories are created, great legacies are left behind, so that generations ahead, they would certainly speak volumes about the virtue and the nobility of your life. May you become great chartered accountants. May you be the kind of extraordinary financial brains of this country and the globe, and see to it that the glory of the country, the greatness of this country is taken forward ultimately in the same manner in which Indus Valley civilization took shape on the banks of Indus thousands of years back. And we created and we taught the whole world that this is how towns have to be created, this is how town planning has to be done, and this is how metal making has to be done. When we can provide such lessons to the whole world, why can't you provide the valuable lessons to the whole world on questions regarding professional integrity, value addition, and tremendous lessons on dedication. May God bless all of you. And a final word to the kind of tremendous deal of support that's been provided for years together by the hard-working parents of yours. They are the real heroes of the day. They provided you with the kind of money that was required, the emotional support that was required, and the affection that was required. And they took within themselves the kind of strain to which you were exposed and the kind of stress to which you were put to. They shared your burden. They were partners in your trials and tribulations. And ultimately today they are the successors and they are the greatest winners of today's function as well. Salutations to the parents who have come over here. You are the real winners of this day, and you should take this flag forward in terms of new virtues, new glories, and new noble actions and thoughts. Thank you very much. I once again thank my good friend Babu Kallivelar for having invited me to this convocation ceremony, and I have taken my trouble to come over from Trivandrum to Cochin solely for that. I thank all of you, and let's keep in touch and let's take this journey forward. Thank you very much, and God bless all of you.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring inaugural address and for taking this time to grace this occasion with your valuable presence.
We welcome CA Babu Abraham Kallivelar, Chairman Board of Studies Academics, to present a token of appreciation to our chief guest, Mr. APM Mohammed Hanish IAS. Thank you, sir.
With this, we come to an end of the inaugural function. We now move to the much-awaited event of the day, the convocation ceremony. We have on the dais the chief guest, Mr. APM Mohammed Hanish IAS, and CA Babu Abraham Kallivelar, Chairman, Board of Studies Academics.
A gentle reminder to the members. Membership certificates will be gracefully presented to the distinguished rank holders and those with special challenges first. Subsequently, the certificate will be handed over to the members in accordance with their seating arrangements. Members are requested to restrict movements in around the hall during the convocation.
I request CA Deepa Varghese, Treasurer SIRC of ICAI, to come forward to the dais.
We humbly request all the members to kindly ensure the safekeeping of their valuable membership certificates. Members are respectively requested to proceed out of the hall upon the receipt of their certificates. Parents are welcome to accompany their wards to their food counter afterwards. We kindly request parents to remain seated in their designated areas during the ceremony.
We invite all attendees to graciously make use of the photo booth to capture cherished moments with friends and family. The food counters has been opened for your convenience. Members are kindly requested to return the convocation gown at the specifically designated gown counter after the ceremony. This is to ensure the proper collection and handling of the gowns. Members are also informed that they can collect their ICAI kit from the gown counter before leaving the venue.
We have hired professional photographers to take photos of the convocation ceremony. The photographs will be available on the Ernakulam branch website. Additionally, there is a live telecast of the event. Kindly restrict taking photos in the venue hall to allow for the professional coverage and to maintain the decorum of the ceremony.
We are moving forward to the certificate distribution.
പയ്യനെ കൊണ്ടുവരുവാടാ. We are starting the convocation ceremony. First, we will have CA Christo Joseph AJ. ഇവിടെ നിന്ന് വിട്ടുപോകാനായിട്ട് എനിക്ക് ഇത് വേണം ആദ്യം. Next we have CA Abhilash CP. CA Vaishnav Vasudevan. CA Hridya Deepak. CA Mohammad Shahrukh K. CA Jewel Cletus. CA Meenu KF. CA Algana Rose Matthew. CA Alita P. Wilson. CA Prashant R. Pai. CA Agil Joy. CA Advait H. CA George Thomas. CA Kadambari S. Sharma. CA Vidya V. CA Alina Jain. CA Benisha DJ. CA Dia P. CA John Joy Manali. CA Rishana Jasmine KP. CA Anandu Patman. Faria. CA Srilakshmi P. CA Merin Jose. CA Sherin Roy. CA Suhail KS. CA Christian Michael Joseph. CA Meenakshi Sadish. CA Edwin Varghese. CA Danya TA. CA Pavitra KV. CA Srilakshmi P. CA Haripriya Guptan. CA Ailey Elizabeth Sebastian. CA Nadir Bushrat Ali V. CA Anjana Madhavan. CA Alvin KJ. CA Muhammad Midilaj CH. CA Gogul Raj V. CA Midhun Thomas T. CA Gobiga P. CA Anit Maria Matthew. CA Vandana M. CA Ujjwal PS. CA Hannah Maria Mariam MP. CA Chintu Thomas. CA Verma Rajiv Ravi. CA Ranjit K. CA Saina K. CA Nagraj H. CA Atulya Prashant. CA Muhammad Ramiz KC. CA Vidhu Krishnan. CA Sruthi Manoj Arekat. CA Shajiba Vijay. CA Vishnu Narayanan PS. CA Alina Matai. CA Nayana Prasad. CA Uttara B. CA Anjana Taj. CA Angel Shajan. CA Betsy Varghese Babu. CA Radhika S. Nair. CA Arya P. CA Arun Ramakrishnan. CA Pooja Venugopal. CA Jimmy Joe. CA Shyam Krishna IG. Junaid Sharif. CA Suraj R.
For a kind attention, the food counters are open. So the audience can
CA John Paul. CA Siddharth K. CA Gogu KP. CA Sneha K. Velayudan. CA Fasil K. CA Muhammad Shahran K. CA Binil Thomas Karia. CA Ashin Shaj Diaz. CA Sham Krishnan S. CA Georgian James. CA Radhika Anil. CA Anand Raju.
CA Gogul K. Mohan. CA Shaini Rahman. CA Akhila Vivi. CA Christopher Varghese Matai. CA Akshara Das. CA Anand Krishna. CA Arunima S. CA Ajmal EA. CA Jitu Philip. CA Mohammad Arshad AK. CA Mohammad Rahees MTP. CA Maria John. CA Sharika J. CA Lakshmi Vijayan. CA Ramasugopi. CA Ismail Shiraz PI. CA Muhammad Ashir TK. CA Felicia CCPA. CA Anjali K Girijan. CA Srijit Vijay. CA Derek Benny Edakara. CA Blessy Joy. CA Muhammad Asif. CA Aditya Krishna Naik R. CA Anjana Rajan. CA Suraj Rajesh. CA Ajit Shiva PK. CA Muhammad Nihal KM. CA Akash S. CA Jacob Kutti Jason. CA Harikrishnan M. CA John Francis. Pradeep Kumar. CA Sayujya KP. CA Michda Sherin AP. CA Abhay Anil. CA Reshma D. CA Shahnaz T. CA Adira Srikumar. CA Jodin J. CA Nabida K. CA Kalyani S. CA Govind Prabhu R. CA Kalpana Maganlal G. CA Anisha Babu. CA Rebin K. Philippos. CA Shahana Shaji. CA Tony Thomas. CA Ashik M. CA Kavya Varghese. CA Pooja Jaykumar Nair. CA Shada Fatima. CA Mohammad Nisamuddin. CA Swaroop Sunny. CA Amal Babu S. CA Anjita Rajiv. CA Amal Christy Shaji. CA Amal Vijayan. CA Lubina. CA Swati MS. CA Vishnu V. CA Alisha S. CA Anjali KS. CA Anumol TV. CA Nigil Rajan. CA Abhijit BJ. CA Rashmi KP. CA Abhirami Tambi. CA Alan Jansen. CA Gayatri Ramachandran. CA Donna Francis. CA Roshna Varghese. CA Aishwarya Lakshmi A. CA Anjali MR. CA Kirtana MC. CA Shalini Shibu. CA Ashwin S. CA Anandu Rajan. CA Anjana Menon. CA Anjali Krishna PU. CA Emmanuel Joseph Karil. CA Pranav T. CA Anfi V Babu. CA Albert Pradeep. CA Matthews T. Jacob. CA Justin Matthew Thomas. CA Sanjay Krishnan R. CA Simi Babu. CA Nevin Jacob Puri. CA Atul AK. CA Lakshmi S. CA Mohammad Naufal PT. CA Abhaya PC. CA Mohammad Shibili. CA Shoaib Shaukat. CA Melvin Varghese. CA Mohammad Fadil MP. CA Mohammad KV. CA Vaishak AU. CA Abhijit KB. CA Alex Joss. CA Nislin Matthews. CA Abdul Wahab KV. CA Mohammad Anshar. CA Nirmal Hari. CA Megha Raj. CA Alfonsa Matthews. CA Haripriya PR. CA Mohammad Salman KK. CA Zainab Zakaria. CA Salmanul Faris Youth. CA CA Rumaisa R. CA Shivashankar S. CA Vaishnav E. CA Aisha Sana K. CA Fahimuddin UP. CA Yadu Krishna K. CA Sachu C. Ajit. CA Anu George. CA Ashif MT. CA Taslima Nisa. CA Abhishek KM. CA Mohammad Safwan K. CA Mehajuba Jasmine T. CA Midun Shashidharan. CA Mahima S. CA Akmal Iman. CA Staihi Reggie. CA Adarsh DS. CA Rahis Salam. CA Akshay Babu P. CA Anusri PM. CA Shweta N. CA Rohan George. CA Mohammed Faiz PK. CA PB Mohammed Sinan. Joe Bastian. CA Dwarak Krishna Rangamani. CA Srividya MP. CA Altaf Salim MC. CA Anisa MK. CA Ashwin Santosh. CA Anne Grace David. CA Amal G. CA Anne Rose Joseph. CA Grishma NP. CA Adira VS. CA Anjana Krishna. CA Soumya B. Pillai.
CA Deepa Varghese, Treasurer SARC of ICAI. In conclusion, as we wrap up this convocation ceremony of Chartered Accountants,
come to the end of the today's session.
I take this opportunity to thank all who have come to this event. Especially I thank CA Babu Abraham Kalluvel, Chairman Board of Studies Academics, and CA Deepa Varghese, Treasurer SIRC of ICAI, along with CA Joby George, Chairman Ernakulam Branch of ICAI, and all the Managing Committee members of the Ernakulam Branch of ICAI. Thank you everyone for making this event a grand success. Huge all the best to all the newly qualified chartered accountants, and special thanks to the parents who have accompanied. Thank you for making today's event a grand success. to come forward to the dais for a photo session. Requesting all volunteers to come forward for a photo session.